Okay.
All right, so let's go ahead and hop into things. Everybody should be on the right map. And recap from last time is going to be pretty simple, but we might have to do some what are we doing here at the end of it. So basically last session was, and then there was a combat. But I'm going to leave it up to you guys. What of sort of the combat, kind of how things are evolving, what sort of problems happened as you guys were switched minds, and what your guys are thoughts are here. So this might be a bit of a shorter recap for what actually happened last session, but then I'm going to try to tie it into maybe the session before and figure out where to go from here. So who wants to go?
Brock took my body and tried to kill me.
Whoa. Took your body, yes. The killing, undecided so far. But I think the big thing, and I can't recall it all, but the big thing was how each of our weapons / links to our gods played out for all of the different characters.
Mm-hmm.
So I, of course, inhabited Philly's body, and Baneslayer was super thrilled about this and basically said, Philly is already corrupted, let's kill him, and then I can return to my body and take Baneslayer because I'm more of a worthy carrier of it.
Yeah, because you are uncorrupted.
Yeah. And so I know it briefly got discussed in the combat. So 3 were corrupted and 3 are uncorrupted. Philly's corrupted, 1's corrupted, and
Griffle,
I think, yeah.
And so I remember, 1 and Philly, your corruption was long before I ever joined the campaign. What caused that again?
It's different for each person.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the campaign. My corruption, it has to do with my old holy symbol and place of worship. And very similar for Griffle. Just different sort of sources, and then one has to do with her little head.
Mm-hmm. My
little
dark
brain.
passenger.
Okay, so sorry, maybe because I thought it had to do with that green power you guys had originally, or still
No,
have.
you have the green power.
No, the green power is like the primal energy, Fae or something. Like
It's the same power that
connections of
it's the power of the court.
Yeah.
Which is what Drock has. So
The she power.
Okay. So I thought that because I thought you guys could make Fae packs and stuff or bindings to people, right? Because you've tried
Yes.
that a couple times.
I think Gary told us we can't do that anymore.
But that's not a part of the adversary.
Oh,
that's anti-adversary. Philly was a cleric of Forerunner tech, which we have since found out is adversary, and then Griffle is, was associated with Saint Tythan, which we now know is adversary.
Is all Forerunner tech adversary? Because the world ships, Faith, Prosperity, are they adversary then?
Well, we don't.
So that's
totally
what
know.
Clotho told us.
But yeah, didn't we hear? We heard something along the lines of we're not sure if they were originally tools of the adversary that got or if they were meant to oppose the adversary and got corrupted.
I thought Clotho explicitly, when we first met her, explicitly stated these are warships.
She did, but she didn't say if the adversary basically because wasn't there some confusion about they could have been basically commandeered by the adversary?
Oh, I see.
So
at some point.
So I'm going to step in for just a second and make sure that you guys are talking about the same ships. So there are 2 subsets of ships. One are the Faith, Prosperity, the ones that are on Sulban, the ones that are the cities and stuff are built around. And then there's the Sins, which are one of the conversations about, are these weapons crafted by the adversary or against the adversary? That conversation was about the Sins. Because of the whole each ship has its own sin associated with it.
But I thought that the world ships on Sulban were basically the same make and model as the Sins.
They do seem to be, yes.
Okay.
The big difference is that the none of the world ships that are on Sulban are functional.
Yeah. But those are the ones on Soulbon are the ones that we were asking Clotho the names, and we're like, we know this is prosperity. And she's like, that one's the death of all things.
The grave of summer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we
the
feel
answer
pretty
is very
confident? Do we feel
Okay.
pretty confident that Eureka was a forerunner?
I think we feel medium suspicious that that's the case.
Okay. Because in that case, the Sphinx said, it is unclear if the forerunners were always servants of the adversary, or if they opposed the adversary and eventually joined the adversary, presumably
Yeah.
unwillingly.
And that's why I was thinking the world ships like the Sins are also
Right, because On said the same thing about the world ship, or the
right.
Sins, right?
Yeah. I think so.
Although if the Sphinx and Aegis are two peas in a pod, and Aegis and On talk all the time,
Hmm. I think this is they're
all
one
of these
faction
people
for
think
sure.
the same thing, but it's
Yeah.
just because these are the people that are talking to each other.
Right.
Just like the liberals.
They're in their echo chambers.
It needed to be said.
I said it. I don't have. I speak the truth.
Vote for filibuster. He speaks the truth and nothing else. No one else's truth counts. So I think talking about sort of what you learned in the other person's body and how like the artifacts reacted might be something worth continuing that process. So Drock's already talked about when Drock was inside of filibuster and the reaction of Baneslayer. Who else wanted to talk? Like who else's weapons or artifacts or whatever reacted to the presence of someone else controlling the body?
5 of 7 did not like that I had seemingly dominated one's body, and was threatening to destroy my mind.
He didn't say he was going to destroy your mind.
So there
He's
was a
going to
handout.
cast you out of existence, perhaps.
Was there a handout?
I think there was, yeah.
But I don't see the handout anymore, and I think it might just be that I don't have permissions to see it or something. Because I was looking for it to refresh myself.
Maybe it was put in the.
It was put into chat.
Yeah.
But it's an ability that
It's essentially if you
removes the
begin your
target.
turn while dominated, something happens.
Yeah.
And I was
The orb
like,
works real hard to stop that.
and I convinced the orb that I wasn't under the experience of a domination, and psionically connected the two of them, her mind in Drock's body with the orb in my hands, my body's hands, but my mind's hands. And was like, chill. And I tried to sweeten the deal by saying I can reconnect you with more of your siblings. Just don't fuck me up while we're trying to kill this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Such a good little orb.
Okay, so that's a new thing. I have a new thing about the orb that I want to explore during session, but I'll save it for after recap.
So I'm going to put the effect from the orb into chat again.
Yeah. And I mean, Morin is excited in the future to revisit this interaction.
So that happens, and then the orb is
Satisfied.
is okay with the situation for the time being. but you very much get the impression of the orb has put a pin in this conversation while there's some combat going on, and we're going to be revisiting it soon. All right, so Filibuster, what happens in the body that you jump into?
Oh, it's like nothing happened, but I guess something happened. Nothing directly involved with the helmet because the helmet is its own person now. I respect that. I drew on my power, and it came very easy. It was not as angry as normal.
Which you now
That's
know
sort of
is
the.
probably because it hates you,
I don't know that yet.
but you will.
Unless Drock hasn't. I don't think Drock shared that with me. I think Drock is plotting against me.
Yeah, playing it close to the chest as of now.
Yeah.
I've told you everything, man.
That's what they tell me. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. Other than that, I don't think much didn't really happen with me.
Yeah. The main idea is that when you're drawing on Griffel's divine power, it feels different than when you draw on divine power, and the difference is mostly that it feels like less angry, I guess is a way to phrase it, but it feels more wholesome, I guess is the best way to say it. It feels like a very like it carries with it a positivity that your power does not.
That must be nice.
Would you say that it was like, or I guess did you say it was like using a tool rather than being the tool that was used?
Yes. But also there's an element of like willingness that like what you're doing, it wants to have this thing done, but not in the same way that Baneslayer does it. Baneslayer's very objective, do the thing, solve the problem, go, go, go. And this is more just like a resource that is hanging outside, that's happy and willing to be supportive rather than being something that has to be wrestled into doing what you want it to do.
The old Satan Satyr debate.
Yes, sort of. Yeah, actually, kind of like that. There's not a lot of surrendering to this, but yes. And then one of many. What happened when you popped into Drock's head?
I turned him into a unicorn.
I think he went. He's like Power Ranger.
I was
Mhm.
more visualizing Doctor Strange.
Mhm.
Sure.
Well,
You
it
really
wasn't
think you
your-
really think highly of
it's-
yourself, huh?
It wasn't
yeah.
your body, Drock.
Doctor Strange with a flail and Baneslayer. Just saying.
The rest of us are unnecessary. So I think I was able to, the way that Drock typically uses psionics, it's about like enhancing kind of his internal process. And the way that I'm used to using psionics is more about like perceiving the world around me and affecting the world around me and kind of like the energy, I guess. I was able to see because I immediately, of course, drew on Summer Power. Just wanted to have that experience. When I did that, I was able to kind of notice something that Drock had never communicated noticing before. And Triptychos sort of nudged me in the direction of exploring that. And when I did, I manifested his power gem in his forehead. Which does he have all the time or only when he's a summer knight?
He has never had it when he's a summer knight. This is the only time that he's had it. He's had like glimpses of it when he's been doing other things, but
I mean, is this going to stay permanently as a
No.
fixture on his forehead forever?
no.
Damn. That's too bad.
I mean, unless he chooses to later on, because what did the voice tell you that this thing actually is? What is this power actually?
Yeah, so it basically well, I don't remember like the flavor text exactly, but it basically levels him up as a summer knight. Like it makes him a higher echelon.
It had something.
And yeah,
It had
go
something
ahead.
to do with the Fifth Crusade.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing that is around him is a path unwalked, a destiny unchosen, a power unclaimed. This is possibility.
Yeah, take that shit, Drock.
Yeah, that and
Mhm.
Baneslayer, right?
Oh my
Now,
god.
one thing that happened, which it was in the middle of a fight, so I didn't want to like derail things at all by making a point out of this. But the voice that talked to you, one of many,
Mhm.
did you notice anything about the way that it spoke or the words that it used?
No.
Do you remember what she called you?
I don't. Did she call me Knower of Threes?
No, she called you Seeker of Meaning.
Oh, yes, yes. I knew it was one of my aliases.
Well, specifically, do you remember which one that is?
That was my real name, yeah?
Yes, your original real name.
Yes.
Knower of Threes was your real name?
No,
No,
Seeker of
Seeker of
Meaning.
Meaning.
Seeker of Me.
So that happened, and then there was some fighting. Some fighting around with the helm and lots of things, and then doors came alive and started slithering at people, and everything was perfectly fine.
Hang on. I think I'm remembering what you wanted me to remember. Wait, so did I know which head was talking to me on the flail?
Yes, the crone.
Yeah. 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 That all tracks. So for those of you who are not intimately familiar with my backstory, uh, so one of many, as Seeker of Meaning, and her sister went into the world ship in Prosperity, and something happened, and her sister disappeared, and one of many's mind was wiped, and she became one of many. And in our first or second session, yes, we went back into Prosperity and we heard this ghostly conversation, which was between one and her sister. Um, and the second scene, we heard what I now am certain is the crone and somebody else talking on Prosperity. And you reminding us that Prosperity is the grave of summer also ties into this. I think that certainly Grandmother Summer is somehow in Prosperity, probably across that big dark chasm that we could not cross.
So yeah, some stuff happened.
Now 3 years ago.
Yep.
Yep.
So the group has a big knockdown battle with the Voiceless, and then when the Voiceless finally dies, a couple of different things happen. One, a lot of the creatures, the doors, the creatures that came through the little teleportation pad on the bottom of the map, basically everything that was here in this sort of feel of the ship stops feeling hostile and starts feeling sort of confused or dazed. It's not necessarily that the things around you are going to be friendly, but the death of the Voiceless seems to have sort of crippled the ability to perceive and kind of understand. Maybe the processing power of the creatures on this ship has been significantly lowered or temporarily changed by the loss of the voiceless. Does anyone else have something that they would like to go over from last time before we try to jump into session for today? Cool. So yeah, that's where we are. Griffle is filibuster, yes? Yeah. So you guys are standing here. The ship seems confused. Filibuster, inside of Griffle's mind, you're getting this constant flow of just sort of like humming information through the helm into your head that is kind of obnoxious. And there is this sense of like the helm is trying to get your attention, but you don't really know what it's trying to do, at least in part because you've never put on the helm before. But it is having some sort of reaction, and it is very noisy. Meanwhile, Drock in Filibuster's body, you can sense the power of Baneslayer sort of welling up in your hand and trying to push you that now is the time. You need to strike them. Looking around, you can see the ones that are corrupted are weakened, so you should take them out. And then I think that's most of the stuff that's here. Yeah, that's at the end. And then as that's going on, you guys can hear that the ship that you're on is also doing something kind of weird. You're not entirely sure, but there's a sound that you can hear, and the ship is pulsing with this strange noise that is one you've heard before. What do you guys want to do?
So I think at the end of last session, I, as one of many, ran over to Morin and just started rifling through my own jacket or whatever.
Yeah.
And pulled out the translation from the vampire scholar at Silver Spire.
Mm-hmm.
And then headed back to the console. And I'd like to see if I can figure out if there's anything.
All right.
There's any way of making sense of what's on the console.
Let me toss initiative order for me just to make sure that everyone has a chance to do stuff.
Who should we roll as?
Roll as the token that you are.
I rolled as Drock.
Roll as the body that you are currently in.
Oh, except I've rolled saying I'm Drock, so that's not confusing.
Griffle got a 100.
Well, it's because I want her to go last.
What is she rolling?
So true.
What who am I missing? Drock, Griffle, Filibuster 1.
You're missing a whole player is what you're missing.
Morin.
Yes.
Morin's body.
Morin's body. Oh, it's by Griffle.
You're missing
Correct.
an entire player is what I'm saying.
Right. So I need to put. I actually need to put Morin on here because Morin is Griffle.
Yes.
So that should be the 100, and then Griffle should be like.
I was like.
Drock is Griffle. Drock
I rolled a 15, Gary. Oh wait, no, that's actually Filibuster.
Sorry, no, Philly's Griffle. Sorry.
This conversation.
Jesus.
No, I did roll a 15. Yeah, I did it as so Griffle rolled a 15.
I mean, you guys can go in whatever order. It's mostly just to keep it easy for me. But we now have 5 things on the initiative order, which is the important part here. So one of many, or Morin as one of many, you rifle through, you run up to the console, and what are you doing?
I'm looking to see if there are matching symbols between what was in Forerunner on the portal monument thing in Silver Spire and the associated script. Like, is there an enter key? And I now know what the Forerunner word for the enter key looks like.
So
Engine on and engine off.
you can see that this, console, one sort of similar like some other things you've had is you're not quite at the right scale. So the voiceless that you just killed was noticeably larger than you guys. So not so much that it's impossible to use the console, but it's not easy, right? Like it's at shoulder height where it should be at like waist height to be able to be used. And looking around, you see a bunch of things that kind of almost look like gill slits that have this glowing aura coming through it. And you see pieces in Forerunner script that are written all over the console, as well as several pieces that are floating in the air above the active console. And you can see a lot of words that are like recognizable as Forerunner words, and you can see a lot of symbols that are the same as the piece of paper that you have. But the amount of information that is presented here at the console is the equivalent of, if it was in English, right? If this was being presented in English, this would be something like 2,000 words or so of information that is in front of you. So it's a ton of information, and trying to find something specific and working through it feels like it's going to be quite difficult. That is me translating a hidden check I made for you. So
would there be any kind of mechanical familiarity with the control panel on our ship? Because I believe the one on our ship, it's Forerunner underneath, and it's been like covered up with like translation stuff. So
yeah,
but I know like, okay, this general area is what Griffle uses when she's doing this thing.
Well, Griffle doesn't tend to use the control panel at all. She runs everything through the helm. But the short answer is that you guys never actually use that part of the ship correctly to start with.
Billy used it that one time.
He said correctly.
He didn't kill us.
You almost killed me, though.
Almost blew up the ship.
We didn't.
Can you find similarities between the stuff in your ship? Yes. But also you don't really know how to work your own ship either. So it's not like, oh, I see something unfamiliar, I'm going to use this familiar thing that I'm good at, because you're not really familiar with how the ship functions.
May I ask, am I still a Summer Knight as Drak?
Yes.
Could I ask Clotho to help us?
What do you want to do? So the way that the Summer Knight power works is you can either invoke her to look through your eyes and kind of give you her take on something, or you can invoke her and ask a question. So
yeah, I guess I'd want to invoke her and say, we're trying to understand the controls for this ship. Does she have any familiarity? I know it's a long shot, but
she might be able to tell us the ship's name, world ship.
Yeah, like she might be familiar with.
So drawing on the summer power, you feel the presence of someone else kind of looking through your eyes, seeing the ship. And there is this sort of painful brightness at the edge of your perception. Like just outside of your vision, there's like a searchlight that has been turned on, kind of just at the corner of your eyes. And it's difficult not to sort of flinch away from it. And then you hear a voice inside your head go, yeah, I don't really know what the hell that is. And I'm pretty sure this old young lady inside me doesn't really know what it is either. But it's kind of weird looking through your eyes.
Hi, Sally. Does she know what that is? And I look at the dead Eureka.
I think we fished up some of those things in the harbor before, but young old lady in my head says that that thing is really bad, like really bad news. Did you kill it? Because if you did, that's probably a good thing.
We did, but we now control its ship, control being a loose term, and we need to understand what we have commandeered.
Oh, well, I don't know how to do any of that, and neither does she, so good luck. And you feel the connection fade.
Okay.
Before we continue, can I look at Morin's body? Because I'm assuming I don't really know. And say, how do you feel about us taking this ship? Do you feel like we stole it this time?
If we took it, yes, it would be stolen.
Wow.
Such a
Liberated.
rule follower.
Freed.
Such a rule follower.
We freed this ship.
So Griffel's saying that, and then you're just, it's kind almost hard to have like a full, filibuster as Griffel is saying this. It's almost hard to have like a full on like conversation just because of the noise from the helm.
Do I recognize that the crystal man standing there is the helm? Is that apparent to me?
He does have a pretty strong resemblance to what you saw projected in that sort of weird mind space when you guys were in Silver Spire. So there is some noticeable similarity. And as he's been, he's obviously been fighting on your side. And while you guys are trying to like put yourself back together, take a short rest, that sort of stuff, you can see he's standing in the middle of the room, sort of going from foot to foot. And you see him placing his hand over top of bits and pieces of his like arm and chest and neck, like he's pressing on things. And you can see little like bloody cracks opening up in his skin as he's pressing on things.
Hey, do you have anything to do with and then it's like tap? I'm assuming it makes a little clink clink sound. Like, I don't know.
He looks up at you and goes, yes, that piece there is what is left of the physical psionic bond with my old host. That is, I guess to an extent, a physical representation of my psionic psionic bond with those that are designed to be used. But this body is much more particular about where all the pieces go. When he says that, you guys can sort of remember when he teleported and his body exploded into a whole bunch of bloody chunks and then put themselves back together. And from the cracks opening up in his body, it kind of looks like he didn't put them back together correctly.
Well, how do I do Griffel's voice? I'm getting a lot of feedback, and I kind of want it to stop.
So he cocks his head to one side. Oh, you mean you're getting information through the interface that was grafted onto what remains of my psyche? Yes, it is normally something I translate, but I can't now that I'm like this. I could leave this host and return to my helm, but it's interesting to have context like this.
I think I speak for all of us here that I think you do what you want, but I'm kind of getting a headache.
So I've heard from one of many Filibuster and Griffel. Drock, you have not, or Drock's body has acted. I guess Griffel's body has just acted. So Filibuster's body is the one that's missing.
Yeah, I don't know yet. I'll wait a bit longer.
I'm considering it.
The last words to Drock were, "Murder your party." Drock.
No.
I
The
haven't
last
decided
words were murder everything else around that's like, the mouther and those things. I'm
Murder
assuming.
everyone but Morin. Okay, I'm thinking about it.
I mean, I
Same.
don't think we should leave this brain Hulk just hulking around.
We'll go
That's
murder
probably
that.
true.
Okay, so here's the thing. Can I tap into the psionics of the ship or the creatures in this room? Like, would I have an understanding of how to do that, similar to how presumably Eureka was controlling these things?
That is potentially something you can figure out how to do. You've already done a good bit of stuff at the console for this round, but that can definitely be something done in next
You're
round.
so good at playing one of many. I would like to connect my mind with this thing that could potentially break my mind. That sounds great.
And I still have that other thing I want to do, Gary.
So
There's just so many possibilities.
um,
And yet you must
One
choose
of many.
one.
Of many.
So Kylie's going to help me a little bit with, since both Griffle and Solrus are not here today, so I'm not just talking to myself and sometimes. She's going to do sort of Griffle's questions to a certain extent, so I can have someone to respond to.
Yes. And I was thinking Griffle, so I was like practicing her voice, but now I realize I'm in Morin's body, so I'll be doing Morin's
If
voice.
you could
which I
do
think-
Griffle trying to be Morin, that would be ideal.
that might be how it comes out. So we'll so Griffle would like to speak with the helm.
Okay.
So she will I can't move Morin, but I think she would approach the helm.
Okay.
You can't move Morin?
No, because I was never Morin.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you Morin.
Have you been holding that one inside of you for like a year?
No.
Okay.
That's why he's contentious with Josh, just for that joke. Okay, so Griffle would address the helm. Helm, what are you?
That's pretty good.
That's actually pretty good. So the helm looks over and says, I am a bonded thing now, but once I was a member of a collective intelligence, a piece of a greater whole, a shard of a living gate, designed to buffer and protect all of reality. And within the collective, my purpose was to locate issues, problems, to tear down what others had built up in case there were likely points of failure.
How did you come to be imprisoned in this helm? And I reach to my head, which of course does not have a helm on it.
It is a failsafe. One of the many ways that I was purposeful to the collective is to find weak points and then make plans to attempt to address those. I was removed from the collective prior to the loss of the city and the fall of the gate. When I was brought aware that my ability to see worst case scenarios was likely a piece that the collective could use to respond to all threats, I also became aware that in order to attack the collective, my individual removal would be powerful. As such, this was a fallback plan. If I was removed or destroyed, I would endure in one form or another until I could assess the situation properly myself and regain my own being.
And why is it that you are able to talk to us in this form now?
I have context. This is something that my people were able to do. We are on the slope, the edge of reality where the rules of the inner reality start to break down. Our ability to perceive things like mortals is very limited. There are others that have the capacity to bind with mortals, and in doing so, the additional context provided by a mortal host can make life a little easier. However, that was never my purpose within the collective, and I don't know how to bind without. And then he gestures to his arm, and you see like a little cubed piece of the arm just fall away and blood well up in the area. I don't understand the physiology well enough to not have the process be lethal.
Wait, as a point of clarification, because I know the Ardent is a part of this, is the Ardent like fused with the helm?
So the thing that you're looking at is ostensibly like a Genasi body that has these big pieces of crystal like melded into it.
Right.
And then you can see that underneath there is like a Genasi Legionary in there. But there's big chunks of his body that look like they're not like a jigsaw puzzle that's been taken apart and been sort of put back together, but not really correctly. But there is definitely a mixture of that sort of purple crystal that you can see on top of the body of the Legionary.
And so would we understand that basically this process is killing the Genasi because the helm is saying it's not good at it?
Seems to be.
Okay. Is there a way that you can assume this form so that we can talk more later without destroying your host?
I don't believe I can do so by my own, but I was a member of a collective. There are others, splicers, that would be able to do so without harming their host. There is even different levels of being able to integrate with the collective that could be available if we are able to find more members of the collective. Unfortunately, I'm one of the only members still in existence, to my knowledge, although I'm starting to get a little bit more context from the body that I'm in now. But while I don't have a way to do it without killing someone, you see the Legionary kind of look around side to side, looks at Filibuster, and then like squints for a second, and then looks over at Griffle. I'm speaking to Filibuster mentally, but physically I should address this body, yes?
Yeah. I don't know how to do the voice. It's so funny.
Very well. It is my understanding as being a companion to Griffle that you are attempting to found a religion, yes?
You could say that.
Ah, yes. Well, it is my understanding with such things that it's possible to find a great many people willing to do anything for a religious leader, and they can be trusted to a certain extent. Perhaps you might be able to cultivate a pool of worshippers who you could sacrifice so that we may speak again clearly.
Fuck.
I think that maybe goes against my tenets. Just a little bit.
Ah, so you have built limitations into your psyche. Very well. I will attempt to respect them.
Attempt.
Are there other members of your collective that you are aware of? How is the orb that one of many carries related to your collective?
Ah, well, the orbs, like many other things that I am aware of, are also a failsafe, but in a different capacity. There was a mortal individual that had a unique capability to always be able to locate the city, to be able to travel to the Living Gate. This was a security risk, but it was also a potential for being able to come back from things that would otherwise prove fatal to the collective. A deal was made with the entity called the Watcher, and in exchange for continued existence without death, in exchange for immortality, the Watcher would bind itself to one of our planners and be able to always return should there be other problems. However, my understanding is this failsafe has taken significantly longer to activate than it should. I think if we had more resources devoted to these levels of failsafes, that it would have been easier, as I wished to model this particular idea after the least of the fairy queens of the Force Primeval.
So he said
Ah,
the collective was basically trying to protect the universe, right?
reality.
Reality.
The
Yes.
Watchers on the Wall kind of sitch.
Protect it from what? What was the enemy?
I think unreality, like outside.
Outside. Whatever that means. Eureka and Co.
Mm-hmm.
You see the helm start to look around. This place seems to function with some level of adversary consciousness. Not complete, like myself. I believe that our time is going to be relatively short before an action must be taken. This place responds, and this body has only a tick or two left in it before it collapses. If there is something else that you would like me to try to explain while I have context and functionality, and before you have found sufficient worshippers to sacrifice, I would be able to explain, but I do not know how long I have.
Then Helm, I would ask you about this enemy that we have defeated and this ship that we are in. Can you help us pilot it? Can you help us disarm it and understand its purpose?
So I will say we'll definitely do that, and I'm gonna put a marker in that for next round. But I do want to get to whatever other people are doing because time is of the essence right here. So that is happening with Morin technically. So the person who is inside one of many.
Hello.
Yeah. What would you like to be doing?
Huh. Okay, so I feel like my question about am I able to tap into the psionics of this ship and understand and maybe even do what Eureka did to control aspects of the ship?
Mhm.
Gary, that's not important.
Okay.
No, I'm joking.
I'm only pointing it out because the characters would
And I'm
remember
laughing
everything.
because I completely forgot until you asked the question. Um, um, so would I be able to ask the helm if it could perhaps aid me or guide me in establishing that psionic connection? So whatever you just told whoever is in Morin's body to put a pin in, I think that's where one would pick up and be like, okay, I have the ability to psionically connect to things. Can you guide me through operations?
So the helm would turn towards one of many and say, this control of these things was not my role within the collective. One of the disadvantages of the collective that I'm now understanding now that I'm no longer connected is that there is no reason to fully integrate things that are not part of our day-to-day function within our minds and psyches. If there is information that we need, we simply retrieve it from the collective. I'm no longer connected, and piloting things was never my purpose.
This guy. Okay, so your purpose was to identify weaknesses?
To express and build worst case scenarios, to show the failures of plannings for the planners.
The planners being
members of the collective whose purpose was to build and construct complex plans and scenarios.
You speak of these fail-safes, one of them being the Watcher who always knows the location of the city, and that such a fail-safe has not yet been activated or tripped. What would occur if that fail-safe were to be activated?
If the Watcher is able to be reformed and take advantage of the immortality given to him by the collective, then ideally he would be able to return to the city. A return to the city would mean that it currently exists. If a pathway is open there, then it locks on to this particular temporal vector. Once that vector is locked on, then travel to there should be possible, and those members of the collective that survived the destruction of the original gate, the pieces of us, would be able to connect to one another again. If we were able to go there and follow the Watcher, I would have access to the collective and all the resources of the city.
Excellent.
So that was one of many, Spotty.
Yes.
Filibuster,
Excellent.
what are you doing?
How many enemies are left in this room?
From the perspective,
Well, I'm just thinking, like, if these things start becoming aggressive,
Between 2 and 6, depending on whether you're counting Baneslayer.
I just like that
as-
JP is over here, like doing his. I can see the cogs turning in his mind. He's like, how
as-
many of these people do I have to take down before my plan is finished?
as the defender in the group, there's still enemies about, which worries me. I'm just in the wrong body to deal with it.
so there are one of the doors with a gibbering mouther, and then the Hulk are the two things that are physically in the room. But also from Baneslayer's perspective, not only are other members of the party also enemies, but the room itself is alive, and it considers the entire room an enemy.
Yeah. I'll ask the group, how opposed would you be to me attacking the mouther and seeing what happens?
I think we need to finish with the helm because it has a very limited time before
you-
we.
Tame your bloodlust just a minute.
I mean, I
Can you be cool for just 12 seconds?
For 5 minutes.
I mean,
5 minutes. Please be quiet.
doing stuff while everything's distracted seems good.
Yeah, but
Like
we're the ones
murdering your
distracted,
friends?
Drock.
What if attacking it? What if attacking it reactivates it?
Yeah, that's my worry.
Drock's like, I would like to attack things while they're distracted, so continue talking to the helm, please.
Oh, I misfired, like at Hardholm.
Wow.
Yo, I didn't know you went to one of those places there in your free time.
I don't know. Because I don't really have anything I want to ask the helm. I don't think I can help with the ship, so I'll just hang around for a bit. Oh well, I guess yeah. So we
Maybe
were here.
fight back the voices in your head saying to kill your allies.
Yeah, the chat's just. Yeah, so we were here for to get the other half of something, right? Do we see that here? Can I look for it?
Yeah, that sounds like something you could do. You go to try to look around, you go to try to move to think, all right, where is this thing going to be? What is your initial idea? Like, are you looking for anything in particular? Are you searching with your eyeballs? Are you trying to extend your power out? How are you using this? Or like, how are you attempting to go look? Is my first question.
So I'd start by searching around the control panel. I feel like if this thing was important, it would be near there. I don't know if I'd have any other thoughts about how to reach out and do it. So yeah, just kind of physically searching.
So as you go to step towards the control panel, you feel like your body doesn't obey. Like you get this feel of the sensation of you stepping, but it's kind of like you've ever like stepped like up a step where you think that there's one more step on the staircase, but there's not, and there's that like jarring, like, you know, you slam your foot really hard on the floor because it's a further drop than you're expecting. That's what you do when you step forward. When you try to go forward, this disconnect between what you think is going to occur and what actually occurs.
You are a warrior. Do not hesitate. Destroy them before they learn that this is what must be done.
When I think back to like Filibuster talking to Baneslayer, is it like mental or does he speak out loud?
That's a question for a filibuster. I think
It depends on the situation.
Sometimes it's out loud. I think quite intentionally out loud.
Okay, I don't want to say it out loud because, you know, that might not be the best, but I just want to say back, a warrior knows the time to strike, and this is not it.
You said that out loud?
No, specifically not out loud.
Oh, okay. It's like I just imagine little goblin in the corner, just like,
Not yet, precious.
a warrior knows not to strike.
They are weak. They will soon recover. If you are meaning to wait until this ship notices you, I would beware. I sense an othering coming. You must strike now, or the time to destroy the corruption and become pure may pass.
What do you sense is coming?
I think that the othering is us maybe moving back to our bodies.
So rather than respond verbally, you get this like frustrated sensation, like this buildup of frustration and anger in your head, and then you get the image of standing on a battlefield and having a bunch of people gather around you and make a circle, and then everyone vanishes. So if you guys remember back when you were on the Legionary, the Legion station, and you saw the like groups of Legionaries going to a ritual area and having stuff happen, when the one group of people where they touched each other and they made a circle physically for parts of rituals, that's what Baneslayer shows you, only they all connect together and then everyone disappears.
I don't know what that means though.
Wasn't the ritual circle there like a spin disc essentially?
The one in the room looks like it's some sort of spin disc, yes.
So
you can
go ahead.
I was like, you can feel Baneslayer is like fighting to like literally control the body instead of you, and you wield the weapon.
So
you're gonna need to try to distract it or convince him to not do this, because you're basically going to be paralyzed until you can convince it, or you can sort of browbeat it into doing what you want it to do.
Yeah, but so as a character, I'd probably understand this more. Is he saying I should attack like my party or the enemies in the room, or both?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think it sees a distinction.
Yeah.
It doesn't see nuance.
You can tell that it wants to attack everything, but it considers attacking the party members who are weakened to be top priority because it doesn't often get the opportunity to do that. So this feels like a prime opportunity for the weapon, and you're running out of time. And if you have something else that you think is more important than doing this, it doesn't see what that is and would like for you to make a case of why murdering these corrupted creatures while they're weak is a bad decision.
Oh boy.
Try, Drock. Try.
I know. I'm just too busy laughing at this whole
Drock
scenario.
interacts with one evil sword and doesn't even know how to deal with it, but I do this all the time.
It's
And
never trying
I
to tell
never
you
say
to kill
anything.
people.
You don't
We don't know
excuse
that.
me?
We don't know what's getting PM'd to
True.
Billy every day.
True. It tells you to kill the enemies. I don't know if it's told you to kill the party members.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just said, yeah, I don't know. I'll just say the time is not right and fight back and try and push through.
Okay. How are you trying to do that? Are you trying to be diplomatic? You're trying to be intimidating? Like, I'm going to be looking for some sort of skill check against the weapon. Are you trying to distract it? What's the just saying no and beating it by force of will? Like, what's the plan?
Probably kind of like distraction, right? There are bigger things at play than the few corrupted party members. This ship and the enemies here are more of a threat to us.
All right, give me a bluff check.
As me or as Philly?
As you. It's a mental check, so it is as you.
You don't want to do my physical checks.
Oh, everything on my bar was correct, and now it's not.
All right. So you kind of see, hey, it's not the time. We have to get out of here. I mean, you can feel this sort of disdain from the weapon. It is going to obey you, but it kind of thinks that you're soft for not going through things, like that you're like kind of soft and kind of new. Like you don't have the experience to understand what it understands, that the time is now. So that done, you then go and approach the console to do what you actually wanted to do with your turn, which was look around.
Yeah, see if I can find the phylactery is what we're after, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you going to go about doing that? Is this just using eyeballs? Is this using your senses? What are you doing?
Yeah, just kind of start with eyeballs and see if there's anything that jumps out as odd or a hiding place for something of that importance.
Okay, so using the eyeballs or using Filibuster's eyeballs. So have Filibuster make a perception check, please.
Ooh, I have good perception.
Yeah, and I don't, so this is good. This is good. Where are those?
It's an untrained skill.
Oh, thank you.
So I'm pretty certain that's enough. I think that's just shy.
2 13s back to back.
My perception is also plus 14, so that's wrong. I don't know why.
I mean, it is successful regardless. So, looking around, you can see that in the center part of the console, there is what looks to be like a divot in it, like a recent change to the console itself. And you can see in the middle of the sort of gouged out section in the center of the console, there's a bunch of like tubes that kind of look like veins and that are pulsing with this purple and blue blood-like substance. And around the centerpiece, there is this heartbeat or like heart-like organ. And on either side of it, there are two pieces that don't match the like theme, the rest of the architecture of the console. And it's a slightly larger black disc, and then a smaller disc that looks like it's made of old polished wood. And it's like deep in the console.
Oh, cool. Can I poke it?
Yeah. You poke it, it continues to beat.
Can I stab it with Baneslayer?
Sure. Are you changing Bane's excuse me, are you changing Baneslayer into something that has the capacity to stab something? Because it's normally like a rod.
Oh.
It is normally not a bladed weapon. It can be. It just normally isn't.
I mean,
It can be whatever you want.
sure. That might be fun.
Oh God.
All right. So this is a physical attack from Filibuster. So give me a physical athletics check, unless you can justify something else, and then we'll.
Probably not. Athletics
Ooh, a
sounds
nice little +5. Very good.
19.
Oh my god!
19. So
What a beast!
you see the unit. Hey, I just need something edged, and the weapon returns to looking like, for the people who saw it initially, to looking like the original weapon of Baneslayer. Actually, I think the handout has
It does.
the original appearance of Baneslayer. So, so everyone can see that. No, everyone can't see that. Hang on.
Yeah, I
Let
don't
me-
see it.
Filibuster whispers to his weapon,
There you go.
I just need something edged.
After he talks about like
It makes this sort of strangely elongated spear or spear-like sword, and then it jams it. You jam it down into the console, and wherever the tip or the bladed edges of the weapon touches the console, you can see the console like shrivel away. Not just it's being cut, but like touching Baneslayer causes the console to recoil, and allows you to pretty quickly cut free the two pieces that you saw inside that look like this.
oh, this better not be a fucking puzzle.
God, I can move him. Sorry.
I think it's a puzzle. Do those look like some of the symbols upstairs?
That's what I was gonna ask.
Oh.
Get out of my brain.
No, you get out of my brain.
Get out
That's
of
what
my
you-
body.
So the person in control of Griffle, Filibuster, it is your turn. Stream of noise.
Mr. Helmet. I don't know what to call them. You say that I'm stuck on this contradiction of you being the barrier between reality and what else exists. If something else exists outside of reality, is it not also real?
It is subject to different rules of reality. There is a type of reality outside, but it is conflicting with what exists within inside.
Another day then. And I am still getting like juiced with info, right?
Yeah, you're just getting overwhelmed. Like the idea of like you're kind of getting a headache from it is probably pretty accurate.
Is there? I would like to roll like. I think insight would be appropriate, maybe perception, but a mental check of some kind to like see if there's anything discernible within, and like try to focus on that if possible.
Go ahead. Insight definitely is the answer. And for clarity, that is a check from you as Filibuster, not you as Griffle.
Yes, that's a crit, brother.
Ooh.
So, and that is hard plus 10 as well. So what you're able to understand is that and you guys have had Griffle explain to you before how the ship communicates with her through the helm. And you can recognize that while, yeah, there's a bunch of noise, there's also this sort of like, this undulation built into it. And Griffle has described before at one point having the helmet on and having these like sirens happening in her head that she had to figure out some way to turn off. I don't know if you guys remember that from quite a while ago.
Yeah.
But that's what's happening now. There's like sirens. There's a warning from the ship that's trying to go through the helm and tell you, but you don't understand the language that it's using. And so it's kind of like think of like looking at the Matrix, right? You see these just green lines with like symbols and stuff, but it's in a completely alien language to you, without the middleman, without the helm's intellect in here to translate it for you. You have no idea what it's trying to tell you, but you can definitely tell that it is an alarm of some kind, that it is a warning, and it is coming from the astral helm section of the ship. It's coming from your ship, is sending out this repeating warning.
Everyone, not to rush us along, but I think some shit's about to happen. That's all I got.
Okay. First news inside of Drock, one of many.
So, uh, when Morin took his turn as one, he was trying to look at the console, and the helm basically just said, "I can't do that," right?
Well, he tried to ask the helm, like, hey, could you help us translate that? And he's like, that's not my job. Like, that's not my role. And he's like, I could if I
Oh,
was
sorry, you look like a Target employee. My bad.
He's like, if I was part of the collective, I could do that. But because it's not something I did on a regular basis,
Mhm.
I don't remember those things. I would just go and look it up. But since I'm not connected to the collective, I don't know how it works. Kind of imagine the real world equivalent of, like, if you don't know how to do something, you just Google it. And if you have the ability to just Google it, you might not memorize how to do certain things because you can always just Google it.
Mhm. So I guess I would ask the helm. I I know that it is not your primary function, but in working with Griffle, you do pilot the ship, the Superstition's End. Is that in no way similar to what would need to happen to pilot this ship?
I only help translate the pieces that have been retrofitted onto my container. That was not my original purpose, but my ability to be a member of a collective and to translate things from many different mentalities and languages is something that was used as a basis for the connection with the ship that you were referring to. It is not something I do, it is something that has been done to me, and that it is a function I do have a way to interact with, but not while I'm in this body. This is more of a direct connection, and that is more of a slapdash, amateur way of connecting me to things.
So when you lose your ability to hold this form and you return to the helm, will you be able to interface with this ship?
With this ship, I do not believe so. The interface is built through an astral helm, not something that you wear, something that is designed for piloting a ship. If you were to remove the astral helm from being connected to the Superstition's End and instead switch it over to this ship, I would be able to use my connectivity to control it. But without the helm, I can't really control a ship.
When you return to the helm, can you interface the helm with this ship?
So the DM might have said it poorly, but he would say it better than me and basically say, no, that's not really what he does. The only reason he can connect to the Superstition's End is because there's something there that they have connected him with, and he's good at connecting to stuff. So if you
Right.
take the astral helm from the Superstition's End and put it here, yeah, he can interface with the ship. But without the connection to the ship part, he doesn't know how to do it.
Right. But I guess I was asking, can he help us set up the new connection? And the answer is no.
The answer is no. He didn't. He
Okay.
didn't do it. That's something that someone else did to him.
Right. So if we could somehow do that, but we can't. Okay. All right, let me think about what else. Helm, we very much appreciate you returning to our bodies. However, these are not our original bodies. Are you able to return us to our form, our original form?
I am not able to do that, although I imagine you would just normally do it the way you usually do.
This is not a thing we usually do.
I have been a companion with Griffle for quite some time, and I have sensed there being many instances where you have done just that. You take your collective energies and pool them together and then dole them back out into the proper vessels and containers.
Mm,
I don't see why this would be any different.
okay. I get it.
I think that's why Baneslayer was giving a vision of people gathering in a circle and just appearing.
I don't think it's a spin disc. I think it's Comrade Sucker.
Yeah.
It's the healing surge thing.
Anything else? Yeah, so he's
Um,
you basically understand what he's saying is, yeah, that probably Comrade Sugar.
okay. No, I don't think one has anything else at the moment.
So Griffle
But-
as go ahead, sorry.
Well, let me ask you this, because are you going to ask the Nira question? Because I do want that information. So if you weren't, I guess one would ask that.
Not yet.
Okay.
But I'm going to explain how that works in a second.
Okay. All right.
So Griffle as Morin would kind of cough and speak up and say, so you're saying that this body is going to fall apart and we might be able to talk to you later, but that if you go back in there, and then Morin kind of awkwardly points at the helm that's on Griffle's head, that you'd be able to tell us what that warning is. And then the helm nods. Yes, I would be able to function as I normally function. So you see kind of Morin kind of hunch his shoulders and look that sort of like uncertain look that Griffle does sometimes when she's about to like explain something or make a request. And then she kind of looks to everyone and says, I think maybe talking with it like this is more of a long-term thing. And whatever that warning is, I'd kind of like to know what it is. That sounds like more of a short-term thing. If it's figure out what's happening big picture with this thing here, or if he goes back in there and we can figure out what we're about to walk into, I kind of think the second thing is more important. How about you guys? So the DM is going to take a step back and say what Griffle is proposing is ending the conversation with the helm by having the helm's consciousness go back into go away from this spliced thing where it is part of the Genasi, part of the Legionari, and no longer be part of the Legionari and be part of the helm.
Yeah, I think Baneslayer and the helm, or the helm have warned us. So we should listen.
Yeah.
Trock.
Yeah, I think the same.
Okay. Morin and Philbuster?
I agree.
You there, Philly? Michael? Hello?
Hello. I'm saying
Hi.
I said a lot of things. They didn't come through. I said I'm okay as long as Brock does not want to kill me.
No.
Won't know that.
And we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. So if everyone is okay with that, mechanically what's going to happen is the helm is going to stop holding the Legionari back together. He's going to turn into Legionari chunks, and then his presence will go into the helm. So you guys see the Legionari basically just fall apart into pieces. And Filibuster, or Michael, as you're wearing the helm, it's a very awkward sensation, like something is sort of like, shouldering something aside inside of your head. And that constant stream of information stops and then just sort of transitions from being this unintelligible background noise, like hearing, the background noise of like a major city where there's all kinds of things happening and conversations and occasional like yells that are unintelligible because they fade into the background. And instead you get something that sounds like, when you've heard Plucky through the rare connection where the Plucky is speaking to the whole ship and says, plane shift in 4 minutes.
Who's plane shifting? I say that out loud.
There is an entity on our scanners that is currently attempting to use a system similar to our ship's ESAT device. A plane shift is being detected from a large ship.
That does not seem good.
Shift
Can
out
we
of this
take-
plane or into this plane?
Good question.
is-
Yeah. That's that.
So you get a mental projection of the ship's perception, and the ship is basically showing you another ship on radar, right? It's showing you another entity that it can sense, and then it's saying that that thing is plane shifting elsewhere. It's leaving, and it only takes a second for you to realize
It's this ship.
the ship you're standing on is about to plane shift away.
We should leave. Are we sure that these discs are the things we need?
Yes.
Or I guess we could stop it. But
Oh
if we
my
get stuck on
goodness.
this thing when it gets getting shifted out, that would be
I'll
bad.
wait outside while you try to stop it.
Okay, a thing that I'm thinking is, do we have time to run upstairs and like just look at those symbols before we leave this ship?
I mean, we have 4 minutes.
I know.
That's a long time, kind of.
I mean, it's going to be a thing, right? Kind of, you have to make the decision now of what you're doing with this information, and then we'll kind of take actions on fulfilling that. So, do you want to try to stop the ship from plane shifting? Do you want to try to, are you going with the ship as it plane shifts? Are you going to just get out? Are you going to try to look at some things and figure some stuff out before you get out and kind of press your luck? Like, what's the stance that the group wants to take is the question now that the helm is the presence of the helm is back inside of the helm.
I'll say, helmet. Is it possible to discern a target location?
Target location is within ship's memory banks, a recent addition, and then it displays to you a map
Okay.
of the planes. It shows you a version of the extraplanar map of this one.
Mhm.
So it shows you a version of this, and then the DM is going to have to remember where this is. And I'm almost positive.
Apparently,
It's
my
right here.
Morin, my Morin token is still the infinite barrier.
Is
It
it?
was
Is there
working.
Morin token here? Oh, wait, good,
Mhm.
good. So I think I can just use the Morin token. I think it's right there, but the DM is going to have to look at notes real quick and double check. So pause 1 moment because I thought I had the other map on Roll20 here.
All I'm
Recent
saying, guys,
addition.
do we really want to give up a ship that we just liberated? I mean, new free ship that has interplanar.
Yes, I do want to give it up.
Sounds pretty
A
gooey.
new
So,
free ship that we don't know how to use.
Sorry,
But it said recent addition.
That's
I
how
was
we
That
got
means
our
we know
first
where
ship.
it is.
I was close but slightly off. So it is there. It is between the Scar Tower and the Pillars of Creation. And then when you kind of get from the ship's perspective, it is telling you that it is in neither of those places, but it's in the bend between them, and tells you that it's on the Prime.
Oh.
What?
Oh,
So
wait.
these two
No, the thing
locations-
already happened.
So
Adalsa?
these things.
No. It's on the rings.
So these two places, right? The Scar Tower and Pillars of Creation, they're on different planes. So this is in the Astral Sea and this is in the Elemental Chaos. And it says this line, the representation here is a bend, a lane of travel for interplanar travel. And it's saying that between these two locations, there is a spot that is in the mortal world, that is in the prime material plane, that's where this is. It's between those two locations.
Oh, so theoretically, this map would update with an additional circle.
Yes, theoretically it would update with an additional circle, but it wouldn't be one of these big circles because these big circles have a different meaning than just it's a place.
Oh, okay.
These are planar wells. They're the places where it's easy to get to. It takes a lot less energy to get to one of those.
Would Plucky be able to tell us where that is on the prime?
Yeah, so it gives you pretty much exact coordinates, and then you can tell that for lack of better terms, when it explains where this is, Filibuster, in your head, you're kind of like looking at a file that was already open. Like you're looking at an explanation of things, but you can see that Griffle just took notes here about this place.
No.
What? I don't remember.
Is it Haven?
It's not Haven. It's a place in the middle of the darkness somewhere that was given to you by the Sphinx.
Oh, shit. That's where the Forerunner Temple is.
That is the note that Griffle has written on there. I didn't actually ask Griffle what she would have written as notes there, but yes, that is where it is.
Can we like take note of that?
Griffle, write that down again.
So when
Or
we were
maybe
talking,
we should stop this from happening,
yeah, but when we were talking
or
to the
explode
Sphinx,
the ship.
did it specifically say what we needed to get?
Specifically talking to who?
Like when we talked to the Sphinx, we were coming here to get the other half of something. Did it give us clearly what that would look like?
It gave you guys the arcane signature of what to look for. Basically, it showed you, hey, this is a magic item that's linked to this thing. And if you have it in your hands, you should be able to use basically detect magic, make an arcana check or a religion check and be able to discern. It's not explained like that in world, right? But you should be able to sense the connection of the device with this other piece and be able to identify it with that. So it takes a arcana or religion check in order to identify that you have the right pieces, and you have all the pieces that you need, because you were told to take one thing and this is clearly two pieces.
Yeah. So can someone do an Arcana check on these or near the console to see if we have the right pieces?
I think you can.
You can make a religion check.
Oh, right. I'm Philly. Can I do a religion check on these things?
Yeah.
Would I also be able to sense through Drock with summer power? Like if these are connected?
Probably, yeah. So the 22 religion would be enough to let you know that these two things are inherently linked to one another, and they do seem to have links to something else. It does seem like it's, if not exactly what you're looking for, or if not exactly a match to the map, it is very, very close.
I don't like that.
And with summer power, do I get anything else?
So,
This is a new binary thing. Gary, is this binary? Well, it could be.
There's a 50-50 chance.
Could you give me a endurance check as Drock to channel the energies?
Sure.
Endurance.
Good job, Drock's body.
So you're not entirely certain. You get that there's some sort of resonance with these things with Drock's body, but you're too unfamiliar with exactly what it should have felt like to know, right? It's like, okay, you did a test that was supposed to be positive or negative, but you're not really sure what the positive and negative results were going to look like. And it's not as obvious as you were hoping for. But it seems to be correct.
And none of the little heads on Triptychos have anything to say about this?
They do not.
Okay.
All right. So I haven't heard from Filibuster, and well, Filibuster's thing. We're all kind of together. So, what is Drock doing as Philly is the thing for right now. You've cut out the two pieces.
Well, I just did the religion check. Is there any way to like reach out with that and see if there's something else nearby that has the similar signature?
Yes, you could definitely do so. That would also be either religion or arcana.
Which one's better for you, Philly, or are they the same because they're trained?
They are not the same. Arcana is better.
All right, I'll do an Arcana check.
Okay, so with the Arcana check, you can sense that there is resonance with the entire console to the two things you're holding in your hands. It looks like some part of the console or some part of the ship has altered itself to be able to interface with the thing that you're holding. And it does mean that it's a little difficult to sort of sort out the noise from what's here, right? So like the console has changed to match the energies of the things you're holding. That being said, you don't sense anything nearby that actually matches it one to one. There's a lot of things that are, I guess you'd say, that would complement the energy, but there's no energies like the two pieces that you're holding. From what you can sense, these two pieces seem to feel different than everything else in the room, and there's nothing that feels like them.
Interesting.
So I think that's the end of the round because everyone kind of went in different orders. Go ahead.
Are we going to be able to get out of this ship in time? Because we came in with Wizard's Escape. Like, we don't even really know the way out.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, kind of at the end of the round, you guys know you either have to disable the ship or get out of here somehow, and you only have a few minutes. So, I'm just going to put it into chat real quick. What are people thinking?
I would like to try to destroy this ship.
To destroy it.
Yeah, if possible. Like, is there a self-destruct button?
A big, obvious self-destruct button.
Big
I have that
purple
I have,
and or red button.
I have that word in my vampire notebook, but I can't find it on the console.
All right,
Self-destruct.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she uses it as something like a behavior. Now, if you could do 1 through 4, what's your character thinking of initially? Just to get a quick vote, and then we'll try to go into the challenge of what are you guys doing here?
Oh, can I offer an alternative / my thoughts?
I mean,
Yeah.
4 is an option.
No.
The reason I'm supposing number 2 is because my concern is that the voiceless will, like, this is like a fail safe for when the voiceless dies. It triggers when it dies, sending it back to a temple where possibly it will be remade.
Mm-hmm.
So the goal would be to stop it from being remade so we could attempt to stop the ship, or if possible, like, destroy the body somehow.
Mm-hmm.
We could put it in a painting.
So there were just one of these things, and we had a really hard time killing just one of them. If you're saying that this thing is going to go back and bring it back at a temple, are you saying there's probably more of these things? I would like to be in my body, and I'm pretty sure my body is not doing too great right now.
Del Griffel's like against the idea of going with the ship to wherever it's going.
Yes, I don't want to go with it.
I want to destroy it or stop it. If that fails, I want to continue going with it and then continue trying to destroy or stop it.
My
That's
concern.
such a Drock answer.
Right? This
That's
ship-
a Baneslayer answer.
Yeah, that is a Baneslayer influenced answer.
I mean,
I don't know
my
what
big
you're talking about.
concern is that we're not going to be able to destroy it or stop it, and then we're going to get stuck going with it, and that seems to me to be the worst of all possible worlds.
Can our ship stop it? We've stopped portals before.
That's a good point.
The short version is your ship doesn't have access to this ship. If you guys remember, basically you guys followed this long winding tunnel to get down, and then there was a wall, and it was on the other side of that solid wall. So could your ship, hypothetically speaking, stop this? Yes. It doesn't have the ability to do so through the mountain.
Would our ship be able to go to where this ship is going? Like, follow it if we do fail to stop it?
No. The ship would not be able to follow you. You would be able to use your ship to follow it.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Superstition's End could come get us.
No.
No.
We'd have to be
Couldn't
on
say.
board Superstition's End.
Yeah, you need to be on the same plane for the helm to work.
Oh.
So if you get plane shifted away from the ship can't come get you. That's why you guys
Okay.
had to leave the ship and then go back to it, right? So
Mm,
it can't if you guys get plane shifted, it cannot follow. If this thing plane shifts, if you guys were on the end, you would be able to follow this ship, is what I was trying to say.
yeah.
Because like Superstition's End can sense where it's going and knows where that is and would not have a problem going there as well.
So
Do we even know how to use the spin discs near the brain Hulk?
no, we don't know. We can investigate it.
So we're just kind of hooped.
Well, I mean, one could go investigate that spin disc and see if she could. The problem is we have 4 minutes, and most rituals take 5 to 10 minutes to cast.
We're here for an object that doesn't seem to be in the room. Being in the
What do you mean?
room, I don't
Wait,
know.
I thought the discs were what we needed.
The discs are the object. We got the object.
No, they're similar, but not everything. Is how I
No.
interpreted that.
No, those are the object, and there's nothing else like them in the room.
Did I interpret that wrong, Gary? Are these what we're after?
So yes, those do seem to be what you're after. The thing that you're I don't want to say getting hung up on because that's not correct, but like the things the part of my description that you're focusing on was me explaining that the console seems to have been built around interfacing to these things, so it feels similar to them, right?
Got it.
Like the console has been changed in order to interface with those two pieces. And so it does feel kind of similar because that's what the console has been changed to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so okay. So if this is what we're after, then we should leave. I don't think we have the capability of disabling the ship in 4 minutes.
That is also what I think. And we also know where the ship is going, so if we did want to pursue it, we could, but I feel like this is a fight that's too big for us. I mean, if you wanted to just take Baneslayer and cut the console in half and see if that stopped it, I'm not opposed to that, but I don't think we should spend more than like a couple seconds.
Yeah, I'm totally down for that. If the console's not controlling the spin disc and I can just slash at it before leaving, 100% in.
Well, I still don't know how we're getting off. I mean, the spin disc could work, but I don't know that we even really have time to investigate it. Like, and we didn't, since we came in with Wizard's Escape, we haven't even seen really the front door yet.
So I'm going to kind of just go through one at a time. So Morin, what is or I should say Josh, just to make life easy, I'm going to use real names for now while you're in other people's body. Josh, what is your vote about what we should do?
I am a fan of getting off of the ship. If we could try to stop it from shifting, that would be great. But I don't know how we can do that.
And I've heard JP's vote as well. And Kylie, sounds like you've been changed over to possibly getting off. Griffle is voting to get off. That was one of the things that we talked about
Is there
yesterday.
anything in these chests on the right-hand side?
Potentially. That sounds like something you could search when we get into the challenge. And then Michael, what your opinion is?
I shared my opinion, but I do not like going against the mass.
It's more along the lines of everyone shared an opinion, but then people sort of, change their mind based on how everyone's explaining things. So if the ultimate goal is, or if the decision for the group is we should get off, then that is more or less, that is the information I need to begin the skill challenge.
Can I ask a question before final decision? Can spin discs be triggered remotely? Like, can our ship trigger these spin discs?
Can your ship trigger these spin discs?
Can Superstition's End trigger the spin discs, by the Brain Hulk?
Assuming that you have the information to connect to them, yes. But that is it's sort of like, can two phones connect to one another? Yes, but if the phone that you're talking about, it can't dial you without knowing the number. So could the spin disk on Superstition's end connect to the spin disk in this room? 100%. But you would need to then figure out, for lack of better terms, what the number of the spin disk is in order to connect to it. Does that make sense?
Would the helm kind of know because it was here physically? Would it be able to do that for us?
The helm would tell Filibuster through Griffle that it can attempt to decode the connection to the spin disk. Yes. So if that is a way that you want to try to get out, but that is going to be part of the challenge, right?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand, like, in world, how much would our characters know about what are our actual chances of getting out? We know roughly what floor we're on. I don't as a player, but my character would know because we climbed up and blah, blah, blah. And if we know roughly what it would take to try and connect to the spin disks versus trying to say, I'm just trying to think, like, in character, how much would we actually know about what plan is more feasible?
Gotcha. So the answer is, for what your characters can understand about the situation, is going out. If you use Wizard's Escape, if you had enough time to do that, you would 100% be like, yeah, we got this. We know how to get out. Option 2, the second part is the only way that your characters are aware to normally go through this place is through the front door, which is what you all intentionally bypass. So you know that there's probably a lot of creatures, especially since something came in from ostensibly downstairs. There is a lot of creatures between you and the front door. So that's dangerous to a certain extent, but also the creatures don't seem to be responding to things for the moment. So it's not as insane as like trying to go and speed run like 5 combats back to back. But it is going to be dangerous because if the creatures decide to become hostile, you're running through an entire ship's worth of creatures. And then the connection part of it, the answer is, if you can get that piece of information, right? If you can find the piece of information that, how can I explain to the ship how to connect to this particular spin disk? And the second piece would be, most of the things that are spin disks have some sort of security with it, right? Like, people can't just automatically spin on the Superstition's end. They need to have permission to do so. So if you can get the address and get the permission, that's an easy way to get off. But those are two really big unknowns. So the unknowns of going through the ship is, you don't know whether the things are going to stay dazed and non-hostile, and you don't really know how to get there, but you have a pretty decent idea of how far away it is. If you can just run straight through, you're going to be able to get there in 4 minutes, but there's going to be complications. Whereas if you stay in this room and try to just focus on getting the connection to the spin disk, as soon as it works, bam, you're out. But it's a gamble because you're missing a lot of the pieces, and it's going to be a bunch of skill checks where there's not going to be quite as clear of progression than if you're just kind of going through the floors getting out. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Or I just slash at the console with Baneslayer and see if it breaks or disables the ship long enough that we can get off.
All right, so I'm going to start the skill challenge here. And then we're gonna work forward. So, step 1, you guys are in the room. If you're trying to get out, the body of one of many. What are you doing?
I guess I want to send my shaped consciousness just kind of like casually over to the Brain Hulk to see how it reacts to something walking up to it.
Okay. So you walk over next to this enormous Brain Hulk, which actually I think is the token is the incorrect size. It is the wrong size. So it's not quite that big. But it It seems sort of docile, like it's slightly confused. It doesn't. It kind of reminds you like a horse or something. It could potentially be dangerous, and it's not unintelligent. It's just not really concerned what's going on around it, right? It's not. It just doesn't have a reason to act, I guess, is the best way to put it.
So would I be able to, knowing that Eureka is part of a collective, and presuming that these things are part of that hive mind, would I be able to get a sense of what the other creatures on the ship are, and if they're similarly docile?
So that is going to definitely be a kind of reaching out with your mind and trying to connect things. What are you trying to because you're going to need to connect to something. What are you going to try to connect to in order to get that information? Are you connecting to the console? Are you connecting to the brain you're standing on? Are you connecting to the Hulk itself?
I would connect to the brain that we're standing on.
Okay. So that is a mental check for Morin. So by default is either insight or dungeoneering, unless you want to justify something else.
I want to justify anything else. 1 sec.
So dungeoneering is basically the somewhat catch-all of like very weird esoteric knowledge of like ancient ships and stuff. So like knowledge of engineering and things like that. Knowledge of ancient tech is almost always dungeoneering. And then the other side of it being insight is there is this fog through the mentality of the brain of you have to kind of pierce through that to get through to what's going on. Because there is this sense of, dazed, like zoned out, I guess, that the ship has with the loss of the voiceless.
Oh, I don't like this. I guess we'll go for insight. Let's see. Oof, terrible.
So you reach out to connect, and you can feel this fog in the brain below you.
That
And as
should
you're
be a
trying-
15, by the way. I don't know why my insight is a +6. It should be a +8.
Is it 15 instead of a 13?
Yes.
Okay, that does make a difference.
Yes, I know.
So as you're reaching down, you can feel this fog, and you can feel that there's a lot of like pitfalls, right? Like there's a lot of fake connections. There's a lot of, for lack of better terms, mental traps that can be triggered here. And as you're trying to reach in, as soon as you sense that there is something there, you try to pull back, and one of them snaps. And you can sense the little ping of like reflexes going through the ship. And since you moved your brain,
Consciousness.
Consciousness.
Shape consciousness. So you move your shape consciousness down there. I'm going to assume that that's what you're doing this through. And when you do that, there is this sort of like instant reflexive, not as much of a like purposeful attack as more of just like a lashing out at something, like someone smacks you and you just immediately respond, as the Hulk claws at you. 37 against her AC, I assume, is going to hit.
Yep.
I don't think so.
So and destroys the shaped consciousness. And then the Hulk kind of goes back to just looking, docile or dazed, unresponsive. Next up, the person in the body of Filibuster, Drock.
Can I? So
Go ahead.
can I use a move and a minor to see if this chest will unlock?
So you go over to it, and you can sort of see it on the map. There isn't really like it's chest shaped, and you can see that there is some sort of crystal where you would expect a lock to be, but you don't see any like actual lock other than that crystal. And looking where what you would you'd expect a chest would open, so there'd be like a hinge around the top of it. You don't see that. It seems like it's one solid piece, but it is covered in these layers of ropey sinew. So you're not sure if this opens normally, but there is a crystal here that you might be able to interact with somehow. But that would be for next turn. Filibuster.
Can I go a little later? I'm still in favor of just trying to chop this console up, but I don't know if I want to do that before we possibly try and interact with it.
All right. Filibuster in the body of Griffle, what are you doing?
I think my actual body had a great idea. I will try to find the coordinates, if you will, of the spin disc.
Okay. So how are you going about doing that?
So you said it would be likely that the helmet would do the brunt of the labor.
Yeah, the helmet is going to be able to be used as a tool in order to get this done, but you have to go and interact with it. I will let you know that you need to be next to the spin disc in order to do this.
That sounds like an Arcana check to me, brother.
Yeah. I'm going to move Griffle down here. Now, I will let you know, because you're using Griffle's body, and Arcana is an innate power. It's something that's with the body, not with the mind.
Mm-hmm.
If you're using Arcana, that is going to be using Griffle's Arcana, not Filibuster's.
What is Griffle's Arcana?
Not great. But
I'm using Filibuster's brain, so this is something I would do.
So the other thing is that if you're trying to interface with an ancient tech, Dungeoneering is always the default, and her Dungeoneering is actually quite good.
Well, would I be using Dungeoneering, or my Dungeoneering is not that bad? Whose Dungeoneering would I use?
You're using the body. The body needs to be the one for this one, because Arcana, it has two pieces. Remember, it's either you're using Arcana to do something with magic, or you're using Arcana as a knowledge skill. So Arcana as a knowledge skill, do I know something about this arcane or magical effect? That would be Filibuster. But I want to sense magic. That is going to have to be Griffle. And Griffle is not trained in Arcana, so through Griffle's eyes, you can't sense anything magical at all.
Got it. We will do Dungeoneering then. And I did the Dungeoneering.
Yeah, you did all of the Dungeoneering. All right, so tinkering with the spin disc console, or the spin disc thing, there is about like a 6-inch step up from the brain case onto the little platform that the spin disc actually sits on, and you can kind of work your way around the edge, and you can feel where the basic internal components open up. And as soon as you open up the hatch, you can see the flesh on the floor sort of retract away, like there's a little crawl space. Kind of think of like a crawl space under a house, like a house that's built on a block, where it's definitely not big enough to stand up in by any stretch of the imagination. It's maybe only like 2 feet tall, 1.5 feet tall. But it does sort of open up, and you can see the inner workings of the spin disc, and you know that something in here is going to be the piece that you need, which is going to give you 2 successes towards the challenge.
Don't know how many I need.
So you need 4 for each piece. So you need 4 pieces, 4 successes in order to get the address, and then 4 successes to deactivate the defenses of the ship to allow you to connect to it.
I see.
So a total of 8 successes.
So is that just my turn then?
Yeah, your turn is opening it up, starting to like make sense of all the pieces of the wiring and stuff, and the brain Hulk does not seem to bother you while you're doing this. Drop. Do you have anything you want to do, or do you want me to go to Phil? Drock, as in.
Philly.
Kylie.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
hang on. Kylie first.
Sorry, what?
Me?
Kylie. So Kylie, it is your turn.
Oh,
Okay.
Drock's body.
Yes.
When we were talking with the Sphinx, she didn't give us a way to contact her, right? She said like it wasn't safe, so we have no way to reach out to her.
Correct.
Okay.
And I will say that you know that there was a way for the Sphinx to reach out and contact you, but the denizens of the ship intentionally went and destroyed it.
Right. Okay. And I'm in Drock's body, so yeah, like if I wanted to use Arcana, that would not go well necessarily.
You'd only be able to use your Arcana for knowledge stuff, not for actual working of magic.
Yeah. Uh, How's Drock's dungeoneering?
I don't think good. No.
Okay.
As a reminder, if you shift double click on a token, it'll open the journal. And then when the journal is open, I think most everyone's is still correct. There should be a link to a full-on character sheet. So you can open that up in like another window or something and
Oh yeah.
be able to see it a little easier.
I even updated mine to the right level for you, Kylie.
Thank you. I don't know. I gotta think. If somebody else has something that they're obviously wanting to do, you could go ahead.
Okay.
Mythweavers isn't loading for me.
Me neither.
Yeah, it didn't load for me either. I don't know why. I don't know
Oh,
if
there it
Mythweaver
goes.
is-
Maybe.
I don't know if it's broken or just really slow.
Really
Might be-
slow.
Might be slow.
Gary, would I know, as Drock in Philly's body, how to go about getting security permissions to use the spin disc? Would it be at the console?
So ask that question again. I'm sorry. As what I as this person know kind of got me confused.
Yeah.
No.
Me as Drock, because I'm it's my brain. Would I know how to go about dealing with security for spin discs?
Vaguely, yes, because you worked with like way back in your original backstory, you worked with the guy on the ships doing maintenance on one of the crashed world ships. So yeah, you'd have some of the basic knowledge that you need in order to get that done.
Okay. And so is that, do I know, like, is that at the console? Would I be able to, like, start figuring that piece out?
Yeah, you know that there's like a physicality to it, right? That there is a actual piece that you can touch that is in charge of that mechanism.
And would I, having worked on the world ship for however long that was, would I recognize that on here even without translations?
It doesn't look the same because the world ship that you were working on didn't have any living components, and this one very much has living components. So that's the big hitch, is not understanding how the living components work into things. So by default, because you know some of the pieces you need, you can use either heal or dungeoneering, or because you have someone who has already made 2 successes on the other part of it, you can use sort of the success from Griffle's knowledge and physically go over there and start, moving things around, using your hands to get stuff done. Although that's not necessarily Philly's strong suit. And then finally, one thing that is going to be different here is when you go up there and see how small this space is, it doesn't seem quite as tiny for you because, well, you could almost stand up straight in this little crawl space.
All right. Yeah, I'll go help then and try and facilitate that.
All right. So what are you doing to try to get that done? So defaults are a physical, like a thievery or athletics, probably thievery for filibuster, Or a mental stat from you would be something like heal or dungeoneering.
Could I offer assistance by like pointing out stuff for this
Option
tiny
is that you're
person to
already-
get in there? Oh, I see. I would
Yeah.
already be helping.
Yeah, the assumption is that you're already working together, and that's why he's able to use some of the physical steps
Got it.
a little easier if he needs to.
And it couldn't be like insight to try and look for and see the things I need to see.
So insight is trying to make everything make sense. So insight definitely I think would work a little bit later in the challenge. I'm having a hard time understanding how it would work here. So the core of insight is either looking through an illusion or taking a bunch of problems and pieces together and sort of compiling stuff. I don't know how to do that at the beginning of the project, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. So for now, if it was something like you said, dungeoneering would be from Drock, though not from.
Yes.
Build.
So dungeoneering from Drock, or heal from Drock, or thievery or athletics from Philly.
I mean, no matter how you slice that or dice it, I think that's maximum +7. All right, so I'll just use dungeoneering, I guess. Gotta switch tokens and find buttons. Oof.
Oof. All right. So that is a failure and a trigger of a complication. If you can, go ahead and give me 1d6, please. Three. Complication number 3. Okay. Oh, this works pretty well. So as you're down there, you're working through the pieces of the console and you're trying to figure out, okay, this is supposed to connect to this is supposed to connect to this, and you're realizing that there's living components here that are in the way that you normally know how this stuff works. But you're kind of starting off with, let me get all the physical components and kind of ignore the living stuff first, and maybe get a good groundwork for what this is supposed to look like, and then build up from there. The complication you trigger is a living block. So as you're doing this, you see that these big gooey tendrils and fleshy things start to reach out, like the console itself is reacting to someone kind of moving everything around, and it fills the area with this kind of taffy-like ooze that tingles very slightly if you touch it. That seems to be blocking off critical areas. So the complication is, let me pull back up. Complication is blocking tendons. So the tendons of the ship sort of block your way to go forward, and you're not going to be able to do a lot of stuff in here, or it's going to be more difficult, i.e. the DCs are higher until the complication is removed.
I just want to stab it with Baneslayer.
All right, well, you can do that next time. But Kylie as Drock, it is your turn.
Okay. If I were going to use Streetwise, would that be me or Drock?
You.
Okay. And if I were going to use Insight, would that be me or Drock?
You.
What about History? Also me?
Also you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what I'm trying to think of is like looking at the console and we're trying to shut it down. And I'm thinking, like, could I discern? Like, I don't know what the symbols are, but I guess, like, you know how, like, sometimes, like, if a keypad gets pushed over and over again, like, some of the keys will get more worn? That kind of thing?
Okay, yeah, I can see that. So you're trying to you don't know what the mechanism is, but you're looking for the pathways that get used a lot.
Yeah, like, I'm trying to see if I can kinda, like, suss out what are, like, the hot spots of using this console.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely see that as being something that that can be used. That's a great justification for insight.
Okay.
That is the justification that Drock and I couldn't think of a minute ago.
I don't know if
watching
the
a lot of
higher
Dimension
number would have
20.
helped. I rolled bad.
Okay.
So 22 on insight, just as a thing, is a single success. And are you attempting which of the two pieces are you trying to work on? Are you trying to work on disabling the security elements, or are you trying to work on finding the address? In my head, the disabling of the security elements makes more sense. with the way
Yeah.
you're using it.
Mhm. I think so. I mean, I don't know. It's like it's pretty like I'm not really sure what I'm gonna find at this point. I'm just like I'm seeing if any patterns emerge. So I think I would kind of leave it up to you, like what jumps out at me.
I think it makes more sense with the security elements, just because when you actually go and do this and you start looking around, you can see that there's a couple of pieces that look like they are like constantly firing, right? There's a couple of loops of this machinery that look like they're just forever, just bam, 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 over and over and over again. And the insight check would kind of tell you that you think that is sort of the spin disk being used locally, right? So this is sort of, if you're making a bunch of teleportation around inside of the ship, the security things are going to constantly be turned off or constantly be cycling through and not being used, because it doesn't need to activate those things for all these internal teleportations.
Mhm.
And that's what you're able to see, is that there are these pieces, although it is, I will let you know that it is a slightly higher DC because of the goo, the complication that's in the way.
Oh, right. Mhm.
But not high enough that you fail. All right. And I believe that is everybody has acted this round, yes?
Did Griffle as Morin get a turn?
So no, I adjusted the challenge for 4.
Got it.
So it's just more work for me to have it happen. The idea here is that they are still contributing and trying to do stuff with trying to get out of here. But it is lowering the number of successes needed. And well, actually, in this instance, it's not lowering the number of successes. It's raising the number of rounds that you can go before bad things occur.
Okay.
So at the end of the first round of doing things, you see that the creatures in the room start to like twitch and move slightly. You can see like the brain Hulk that's still standing on the platform, like blinking several times, and then it like looks around for a moment, and then you can see it notices you guys are standing there, and you can tell there's a moment of like recognition before the haze of not really being able to focus on things happens again, and you can sense this building power inside of the ship as the plane shift is continuing to go forward, and the helm activates, letting you know that 3 minutes until plane shift. So these are not combat rounds, which is why you guys can move wherever you need to on the map. Each round is effectively 1 minute. So next up is Morin. You are Josh in one of many. You're up.
Great. Okay, so Griffle, well, Filibuster and JP, Michael and JP are trying to bypass the security on the spin disk. Is that right?
Oh, we're trying to get the address.
You're trying to get the address to send to our ship.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Or have our ship effectively open the send from its end and pull us over.
right. And then Kylie, what are you trying to do at the console?
So I was trying to figure out how to disable the security. And I think we know that we need 4 successes for each component.
Okay.
And you're not certain how many successes to get rid of the complication, but you guys know from previous skill challenges and stuff that usually it's 1 or 2 successes, depending on the severity of the complication, to take the complication off.
Okay. I feel like I don't have good options.
Well, your Arcana is very good.
One's Arcana is very good.
Yeah, but anything to like interact with the outside world, he said would be 1's Arcana.
So if you're manipulating magical energies, that's using the body's Arcana. So that'd be using one of Minnie's Arcana. If you're making a check for, do I understand this magical phenomena? So a knowledge check, that is Morin's Arcana check.
Okay. So in that case, I would run over to the console and potentially try to get rid of this goo, or at least get the goo to move out of our way.
For clarity's sake, the goo is not on the console. The goo is underneath the platform where the spin disc is. So it's down here at the bottom.
Sorry, didn't you say it affected what Kylie had done as Drock at the console?
No.
Yeah.
Well, it raised the DCs overall, he said.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
it did
Then
raise the DCs overall.
I'll come down here to get rid of the goo. Then.
Right. So like the goo is messing with the ability to interface with stuff. So it's lowering skill checks for the whole challenge. But where the goo physically is underneath the spin disc platform that's by the others.
Okay. So I would like to try to get the goo out of the way for the bodies of Filibuster and Griffle, but maybe like also try to interface with it throughout the entire ship, if that makes sense. So like, I assume that it's interfering with what Kylie is trying to do with the console as well. So can I pull? It's like pulling a thread on a sweater and unraveling it.
Okay. Yes, you can do that. And just try to burn it away. My brain immediately goes to for whatever reason, I'm just thinking of the scene from Fifth Element where they had the guys come with the flamethrowers on the landing stuff. I don't know if people remember that, but
Yep.
that's what my head's doing.
I'm
But yeah.
hoping that I pull a little bit on this thread and the entire ship disintegrates in a way that doesn't harm us.
So what it sounds like you're doing when pulling on the thread, it's like using one of Minnie's telekinetic abilities to like mentally grab hold with magic and rip out. Yes? Is that the plan?
Yes,
Okay.
but carefully. Like I'm not trying to like brute force rip it out. If I notice that it's going to be pulling on something like, I don't know, something bad.
Yeah. You're trying to cut it out, not rip it out.
Yes.
Sounds good. And yeah, that
Surgeon-like.
definitely sounds like a great Arcana check.
Can this count as a scrying ritual?
It cannot. 24 is going to be a success on the complication. And you're now aware that you need 2 successes. Actually, I'll stop tracking this in like 3 different ways. Make life easy. There we go. So you start to extract it, and then you realize that in order to do it without damaging anything, because of this goo is just sort of sinking into everything, you can do it. It's just taking a lot of time because it is very, very sensitive, right? So that idea of cutting it away rather than ripping it away, you don't think you're damaging anything because you're being careful, but it is taking quite a bit of time. So next up is Filibuster as Griffle. Michael, your turn. As a reminder, since there are default checks for these things, you are not penalized for repeating checks. So just like, because Dungeoneering is a default, if you wanted to dungeoneer again, you can. There's no penalty for it. But also, if you do other creative stuff, that's also cool.
Okay, I feel like the spin disc itself is spoken for, kind of. So I would like to work on the security system, which I think is sort of based around the console in a lot of ways. Because I found a little crawl space for my body, I think going back to the console and helping Drock's body would be the most effective.
Okay.
You saw how effective your body was, right?
Well, that's not an issue with my body. That's an issue with your rolls.
I physically know I can do this. He just needs to figure out how to not fail.
So I would like to. Oh, okay. So Griffle and myself, who are both sort of present in a sort of pseudo way, have a lot of experience with connection with, as we are corrupted, connection with aberrant things. I'm wondering if I could sort of channel what religion I have remaining of my initial thing and see if I can pull any sort of emotion or power from this console to align myself with it.
While I would say first, yes. My question to you is, if that is your goal and you just sort of left your body, you were standing next to yourself and then you walked away to go check it out, do you think you would take the box with you? Because you still have
that sounds. I mean, I could ask. I kind of think of it as being attached to my body.
And that's the question,
I mean,
right?
this is a mystery that I think has gone unsolved. This box.
But I know that it represents your initial your old connection. It was your holy symbol for the beginning of the game. So in Filibuster's mind, that is his old connection to the corrupted stuff, right?
If this, I would say, like, based on the idea that I'm presenting, that would seem like a perfectly reasonable thing for me to be like, hey, my body, can I borrow that real quick?
Okay. Yeah. Because I also think that it makes sense, but I can also see the answer being no, right? Like, that seems like something that would occur to the character as a choice, and I can see both yes and no being reasonable responses.
Yeah.
So you take the box up, and you're going to try to use your connection with it. Again, the default here for this sort of interfacing with ancient tech is always dungeoneering. However, in this particular thing, you could also use a history check, or you could use insight, because as soon as you pull out the box and approach the console is going to start to react to the presence of the box.
I think religion is what I want to use.
Religion is what you want to use? Okay.
As opposed to anything else. I think that is the most appropriate.
Sounds good. There's a certain element of what are they called? The Ars Mechanicus? No. The 40K guys that have working on
Adeptus Mechanicus.
Adeptus Mechanicus, yes. So there's a certain level of Adeptus Mechanicus that's happening here, right? That Filibuster's religion is the machinery that you're using.
Would I use Filibuster's religion in this case?
In this case, yeah, it's going to be, because it's your knowledge and how to get this thing done. It's not, you're not using, so religion as something that would be from the body is using divine power, using, detect divine power, using your divine power to manipulate energies.
Ugh. This game sucks.
So you take the box, You can see the console starting to react and starting to change. And as you hold out the box, you can see little pieces begin to sink into the sides of the box. It's always been this sort of black cube that has been smooth on all sides, hasn't really reacted to much of anything. As you approach the console and as you start to try to interface with it, you can see little pieces open, kind of like a puzzle box, and start to indent into the side of the container that you're holding. And as you're trying to reach through it and use your old connection to the thing that you worship before, you can sense that there is something there, but it's not able to really connect with what is happening here. And unfortunately, it is going to trigger a complication, and I need you to roll a d6, but it only matters if you're doing evens or odds, because only 2 complications can happen from this.
I roll it. Oh, I guess never mind.
And you can do a d2 if you want to, but d6 for complications it makes my life a little easier when I'm doing stuff.
A crit.
Crit! Yay!
Evens.
So, you're seeing this, and then you can you see the different pieces of the box, and then you can hear that from the box it's starting to send out this signal, but you can sort of feel kind of like at the edge of your perception, like maybe like a sound that's a little bit too deep for you to hear, but you can feel it, and that the box is vibrating in your hands. And you see the console that has been damaged by having Baneslayer kind of tear at it, and it looks like it's been sort of retrofitted to have other things happen to it, starting to rapidly morph and change into something else, responding to that noise coming from your box. So the complication is ancient tech is calling, and I don't actually have a picture for this. I do. I don't know where it is.
Ancient tech.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna put it up here next to the console. And since it is not an easy DC success, easy DC failure, you are aware that this is a single success complication.
Do I know what it does?
The box is doing something to interface with the console, and the console is responding. It doesn't seem to be something that you can interact with very much at the moment, but the console looks like it is rapidly altering itself.
Sure.
And is likely to interfere with other people tinkering with the technology in the room.
Sure.
All right. It is now Drock as filibuster. JP, it's your turn.
Yeah, I really don't know. We are not making enough progress. I'm worried, but I want to deal with this complication. I want to deal with it in a non-breaking way. So I want to like cut away what I can of I forget what you call it, the new fleshy stuff. But make sure not cut anything important. So kind of like use insight and cut away and deal with this with Baneslayer.
Okay.
And that would be Philly's insight, right?
That is going to be your insight. If you're trying to cut away something, then that would be like your athletics or your thievery in order to make the cuts. But if you're trying to understand something, then that is your mentality, your brain.
Oh.
If you're trying to perceive, right, you're trying to look at the exact places, because you can see that one of many is slowly pulling it out, like is kind of imagine like trying to just pull something that is covered in like ooze, and it's very slowly snapping the connections. It's just taking forever. If you want to speed up that process, then that would be something where you'd need a like filibuster's eyes to find the things and just kind of help the situation.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was envisioning it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that'd be more perception than insight.
Okay. Perception's pretty good too, so we'll do that. Untrained. Perception. 21.
21 is enough to remove the complication. As you pull out the piece and sort of like cut the way the last three things, one of many finishes extracting it and sort of like, kind of like snapping a string, right? It flies out of the underside of the spin disk container and sort of splashes onto the brain case in the center of the room. All right. Next up, we have one of many, Azdrak. Kylie, it is your turn.
Okay. So I have watched Griffle with the box muck up the console. And I think like I've seen Philly with this box for a long time. Has it ever really done anything before, or has it always been totally inert?
It's way back in the day, these sorts of things would allow you to make something happen within Prosperity. So they were tools to basically get a reaction from the ship. But the reactions were pretty chaotic. They were pretty unknown depending on what you were doing. And you were tinkering with this console, and now the console is completely rebuilding itself while you're trying to use it in response to this noise or signal that the box is sending out.
Okay. So I think I'd like to use my history to try to remember every time I've ever seen one of these boxes interact with Forerunner tech to see if I can figure out what is happening and why.
Sounds great.
Okay.
So your history would let you know that there have been times when this thing has happened before, and you guys were able to figure out that is very much sonic based. So there's a sound component to it, and if you can muffle or lock out or counter the sound, so if you can make loud noises or you can cover it up, kind of like dousing a light only with sound, it would kind of stop whatever's happening, right? So usually you would need to smother or muffle the sound in some way. By default, you would have stick it in the bottom of a backpack. Sometimes that doesn't work, or you'd stick it into like an alcove or something. Or best case scenario, the easiest thing to do that usually worked really well is put one of the boxes or things between two people and just sort of like hold them together. And looking around, there are several corpses around you that look like they could be sound blocking receptacles.
Okay. I don't love that. Is the pile of goo still there?
It's on the other side of the room, but yeah, it's there.
Can I take the box and just like stick it deep into the goo?
You can definitely do so. Yes. So you go over to here and stick it into the goo. Now, since you're directly like jamming your arm into the goo, it is going to do something to you.
Right.
The DM needs to look this up real quick. This is the token.
So I'm a gooey unicorn.
Sorry, Drac.
Gooey unicorn.
Counter. What does this do? Well, you have like poison resistance of some kind, don't you, Drac?
Yep.
Believe he does.
Oh, that's good. Do 5. This is probably not going to hit anyways. Well, maybe 34 fortitude on Drac.
That will hit his fortitude.
If I roll a 19, it does help. It's intentional. It's gonna be this one. So 23 points of poison damage.
Resist 5, so
Ow. So 18 points of poison to Drock.
Ouchies.
That's nothing.
On the plus side, you remove the complication. The noise definitely stops when you bury it into a giant ball of ooze that then sputters and grasps on your arm and tries to sink into your armor and poison you.
Mm-hmm. Also, sorry, Philly. Sorry, everyone.
Morin. Well, actually, sorry. Morin is the marker for the end of the round. And at the end of the round, the creatures are going to start attempting to activate. And you can see that the Mouther, the thing you guys were calling the door, it still is completely dazed and is very just now starting to show signs of like trying to pay attention. However, the Brain Hulk does actually start functioning and looks like it's paying enough attention to be able to act, and it will act at the end of next round. So it's paying attention and it's looking around. It doesn't look like it's completely decided whether it wants to kill you all or not, but it's likely to be aggressive if not dealt with in some way, shape, or form. So then the question becomes, do you guys want to deal with the Hulk, or do you want to try to convince it to give you more time? One of many. Oh man, I was enjoying saying it the one way, and now my brain's not working. So Morin as one of many. It is your turn. Josh, go ahead.
Okay. So we got rid of the complication with the goo, right?
Yes. Both of the complications have been dealt with.
Mm-hmm. So we're trying to get the address for our ship.
To be clear, you're trying to get the address for this panel, right? You have the address of your ship. That's easy. You need
Right.
the address of the spin disk that you're at.
And with the knowledge of the address that this spin disk is, we would be able to communicate with the ship and spin to it.
Correct.
Okay.
You would, for lack of better terms, be able to dial out.
Yeah. And the default check here is Dungeoneering.
Dungeoneering is by default the check, yes.
So what was the last thing that Drock as Filibuster was doing before we encountered the complication?
So Drock as Filibuster went into the crawl space and started trying to find the connections because he had worked on a world ship before. But the biomechanical parts, the biological parts of the ship were the confusing bits. And so if you're interacting with that part of it, the defaults are Dungeoneering and Heal.
Okay, could I... Shape consciousness is at will, right? Is that right?
I think technically it's an encounter power. It is, and is encounter power. So it is currently on.
I do not have.
Correct. Unless you guys want to take 5 minutes to rest. I mean, it's only 5 minutes.
Well, I was just thinking because she didn't cast it at the start of this encounter. It was just already...
Right. So you don't get it back until you rest.
Okay. Okay. In that case, I think that I would try to assist Drock as Filibuster by providing a different angle of view and use perception. Like when he's asking, like, where is a thing? Being able to point it out to him.
And the conjuration...
My hope was to be able to use my shape consciousness to move to places we physically couldn't get to.
Yes.
There's also the chicken.
Yeah, the chicken is also technically there, and the chicken is a much easier time going through like walls and shit. So you would be able to use the spirit as well.
But
but I can't like see through its...
Yeah, we haven't technically communicated with the spirit yet, really.
Yes, which I promise I am getting to that.
I
But
believe you. But I mean, like shape consciousness, it's just you. The
Yeah.
chicken is questionable how it could provide information to you.
right, you could have. I was just looking for the different rules, and shape consciousness definitely still gets conjuration. So you could definitely do that and give me a perception check. I would even say that DC is going to be a little bit lower because you have something that can, look through the wall.
Okay. Perception.
It's kind of like having a ghost help you with a machine. It just puts its face into the thing. It's like, oh yeah, here's the problem.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping to go for.
So just below hard DC. So that would get you 1 piece for the address. Right. No, you're helping Filibuster, who is doing security. Yeah.
I am helping Drock, who is filibuster.
Who's doing security and not the address, and that is the goal.
Wait, what's
I
happening by
was
the
doing
spin disc?
security, yeah.
Yeah. Which of the 2 parts of the challenge are you trying to work at? You're trying to look through
Address.
the address stuff. Okay, that was the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Was that at
Gotcha.
the console? I thought that was at the spin disc.
Both of them are at the spin disk. You can also do stuff from the console, but both Filibuster and One of Many, their bodies, were doing stuff there. But Filibuster was specifically trying to work through the security connections at the physical thing rather than at the console.
Okay.
So basically, there's a lock here that's a physical lock, but that lock is controlled by stuff at the control panel. So you can do it from either location.
Okay.
Right. So that is 3 successes towards the address. And Filibuster as Griffle. Michael, it's your turn.
Yeah.
You are not Michael.
Oh, right. Brains. Too many names. Too many names.
This would be a lot easier if we were part of Eureka's collective, just saying.
Okay,
Right.
so we stuffed a box into the body. Is that correct?
Into the goo on the
Stuff the box
floor.
into the goo.
Which is poisonous.
Here-ish.
Does that stop me? Oh, it's over there. What's that arrow for? You're just saying on the ground.
Yeah.
Does that prevent me from trying again?
If it doesn't, I will. No. Kidding.
Gary?
It helps if I unmute myself. To use the box, yes, it's going to prevent you from doing that. And you're pretty aware that if you pull it out of the thing, it's going to re-trigger the complication.
That's rude. Hmm. Okay. Man. JP seems ready to go. I'm gonna pass to him, and then I'll come back to you.
No worries.
Ready's
So-
a relatively strong term.
Draw as Filibuster. JP, it's your turn.
Okay, so last time I was trying to look around, figure out security, and I was using kind of like my knowledge. Can I use Philly's perception to look around and see and try and figure out what I did wrong using his eyes? Like, physically, I obviously did something wrong based on my old knowledge in the living ship. So I want to kind of like look around, see what's around, and see kind of where I went wrong.
So what you just described is an excellent insight check.
But that's my insight.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. I want to use his eyeballs, not mine.
The seeing is not the hard part now. The hard part now is discerning what is the correct action to take, and then taking that action in a way that is going to actually accomplish what you need to accomplish, right? So the difficulty here is your checks, your skills do not line up very well with what you're trying to do.
Oh, I know. I'm well aware. All right. Well, I'm guess I'm just gonna go for it. So that's my Drox insight.
Will be Drox Insight or Filibuster's Dungeoneering would be the defaults for this. Yes.
Yeah, they're the same. Oh no, it's actually Philly's Dungeoneering's 12. Okay, no, that's better. I will use Philly's Dungeoneering then.
It's Philly's. Okay.
Yeah, it says plus 12.
Yeah, Filibuster, do you have a death -1 built into your macros?
I do.
Okay, you should not anymore.
That's why. Wait, what?
You should not anymore. You've reached enough milestones that you're.
Oh, as of like now.
Yes, as of the end of the last combat, you've now reached another milestone.
I can change it immediately.
Sweet.
There's a death counter in there, so I have.
Cool. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's good to check. Good to check. All right, Dungeoneering. Nice.
30 can definitely get the job.
It does have the -1 still, so it didn't update my copy, which is fine. So it's 31.
So is this continuing along the plan of working through security stuff?
Yeah.
Or okay. So 31 is a hard success, meaning that as you're sitting there, we're like, okay, that was wrong. I actually do have to pay attention to the biological components. And you sort of like work through like, okay, let's assume that some of the sort of connectors and stuff that we had to use are actually supposed to be biological. And as you're working your way through it, you can see how there is that sort of goo that triggered when you were tinkering around with it. There are several lines of that goo that are in here that are like concentrated poison that can be released that sort of paralyze or concentrated like venom that paralyze the biological part of the system that allows the spendus to happen. So the security mechanism, what it actually physically does to stop any sort of use, is that there is like a venom gland that envenoms, it poisons the biological components and seizes up the ability for the spendus to function. So that's the piece that you're like, okay, I need to figure out how to get it to not trigger that poison that would then paralyze the part of the spendus that allows it to function. You need to take that part out.
Cool.
I felt like that made a lot of sense in my head, but then I said a bunch of words and I don't know if it processed.
No, it did. That made perfect sense. And I like how it played into my last roll, right? It's fun.
Cool. All right. We have Filibuster as Griffle. Michael, it is your turn.
Okay, I had a thought in my head and then it went away. So we did or did not ever see the voiceless interact with the console.
You did
like at the very end it did, right?
Yeah.
Could I think back to what the voiceless did and sort of through insight, like discern what actions it may have taken to get an effect?
So yes and no. The easy version of that, I guess you would say, it's gonna be significantly harder because his biology or its biology doesn't really match yours, right? Like he didn't have hands, so like he made gestures and stuff, but you just don't have tentacles for arms.
Not yet.
So
yeah, we had the same thought.
That part of it is really difficult to mimic, right? So there is an element of it being really hard to mimic, to do, but you do have the ability to try to do it. I'm saying all this to say that the DC is going to be noticeably higher because you're not only trying to remember what it did, but you're trying to remember what it did in a way that you would be able to emulate. So I want to let you know that the DC is going to be higher before you make the check with that knowledge.
All right, here's an alternate. This console is a living being, at least in my mind. And I am a big buff Griffle.
Mm-hmm.
Can I attempt to intimidate the console into obeying me?
And this is the goal of, are you working for the address or for the security? Because I think that was
Security.
Okay. So
Like, I want to intimidate to be like, I am in charge of you. You do not threaten me.
I mean, you can try to do that. That's going to be your intimidate, not Griffle's. But
That's okay. I feel confident.
okay. Because I'm just imagining like Griffle, like you're imitating Griffle, like mumbling as she's tinkering with parts of the ships and complaining that it's not working correctly and trying to browbeat it like, I put you there, stay there.
God damn it. Yeah. Wait. Wait, why is it +8? That's not right. I mean, it should be lower. Oh, I rolled with Griffle, that's why. Whatever. Well, I rolled a 3 anyways, so it actually is a 10 using filibusters.
Yeah. So, kind of yelling at it, punching things in the console, you get this momentary like screeching sound, and you can see that parts of the console like dips into the fleshy floor and then like shifts back away from you. Like the whole console is sort of retracting away from where you're standing, and you sort of tumble forward to where it was, and you can see that these big heavy like flaps of, it looks like cartilage or something, start to mold from the floor. Like there's a case coming around the console as it's retreating into the floor. And as you're hearing this, you can sense this pulse of energy coming from the console, like it's kind of speeding up what it's doing. And the helm goes, correction, 2 minutes to plan our transport. So you knocked 1 round off the challenge with the.
I love that for us.
Drock, you're up. So it's not a complication that does anything other than what it is initially, which is knocks 1 round off of the overall complication or overall challenge. So now we have 1 as Drock. Kylie, it is your turn.
Yeah. So the brain Hulk seems like it's alive and like aware, but it's not doing anything yet.
You can see it's actively looking like it's trying to make a decision of what to do.
Mm-hmm. So intimidate would be through 1. We've just learned. Be 1's intimidate.
It depends on what you're doing, but yes, generally speaking, like he said, I'm going to talk to the console and do the thing. The words you use is the important part. So that's going to be Filibuster's intimidate score. If you're trying to like be big and menacing and something like that, that's a little bit different.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess I'm also just trying to think like, so because I have such good arcana and I see that Morin and Drock are messing with the spin disc. Is there a way, like I've seen a lot of spin discs before, I guess. It's kind of history, but I'm trying to think like, could I use my like arcane knowledge of spin discs and their functioning to assist?
So, I mean, that knowledge check could work, but that knowledge check isn't arcana, it's dungeoneering. Like, yes, it works using magic, but it's a machine. So it is dungeoneering, not arcana.
Okay. But that would be my dungeoneering?
It depends on what you're doing. But yeah, if you're trying to use my knowledge of blank to help somebody else, it's not going to contribute towards a success on the challenge, but would buff their their skill check. It works like an assist. So you could use that, and that would use yours, or you could try to physically try to plug things in and move things around, and that is using Drox
Okay.
Dungeoneering.
Mm.
Or if you're trying to do something with the Brain Hulk, there's ways you can use both yours and his checks. I don't know which one you find is more important, of dealing with the Hulk or dealing with the other part of the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of feeling like there's not a ton that I could do other than what I've already done to help with the challenge, and I don't even know that I want to like I'm
Same.
thinking like I kind of just want to be ready for if the Brain Hulk attacks to like lightning rush it. Is really what I'm thinking.
So if you want to kind of be confusing and engaging, right? You're not going to punch it, but you're trying to make it disincentivize it from targeting one of your allies.
Mhm.
That is a really good explanation of a bluff check. And if you're doing it with Drock's body, kind of as you described, like, hey, I'm trying to prep to lightning rush to get in the
Mhm.
way, Drock kind of dance back and forth, and that would be using Drock's bluff check to kind of make yourself like, oh, I'm going to be in the way if you do try to engage.
Yeah, I will do that.
Okay.
Is it? I guess it's bluff with armor. Is that right, Drock? Or bluff?
No, the armor's if it's like modified into something, so it's just bluff.
Okay.
34. So 34. That's not the right button. That's the right button. So you see Drock, and you've kind of can feel that initial jolt of energy where he can sort of blur and move really fast when the fight is starting to come. That initial jaunt of movement that battle minds get at the beginning of combat, and you kind of tap into that and just sort of blur around the Brain Hulk as it's clearly trying to figure out what's going on, and to its mind there's this weird confusing blur, this thing that's running around it like a bunch of after images, and you can tell that it's not going to be able to process things for the round. It is not going to get a turn with that success. And so it is unable to act.
Power.
Well done, Drock's body.
Hooray for Drock's body.
So the Mouther looks like at the end of the round, the Mouther looks like it is starting to pay more attention. The strange whispering madness that comes from the Mouther itself starts to reach out, and it is now become active. Just so you guys know, this is the effect of the gibbering that you've seen it try to do in the past. It is not going to do it yet because it doesn't actually get its turn quite yet. But when it does take its turn, that is what it is going to do. Top of the round, things we're now at 2 instead of 3. And we go back to Morin as one of many. Josh, it's your turn.
Do I feel like I'm getting any purchase on getting closer to this address? Like, what is it that I'm doing that is...
Yeah, so you're able to kind of look around. What you're trying to find is, you know that there's going to be somewhere in this a crystal that marks like the exact things that you need. It's not a crystal with like a plaque written on it. It's a crystal that has something that you can put into the machine to actually make it work. You're pretty certain that you've found most of the stuff that you need, but you need to decipher the stuff that you found. So you found the crystal with the address on it, but it's not just written on the front, and you can just write it out. You have to translate what is here into the address that you need to feed into the computer. So by default, that's going to be a history or dungeoneering check, or you can try to justify something else.
Would it be kind of like magically encoded where I could use Arcana to uncover it?
If you were not psionically gifted, then no, but since you're in one of many, yes.
Okay, and because this would be manipulating the crystal, I'm going to be using one's Arcana, right?
Yes, you use one's Arcana instead of yours.
Okay.
Ooh,
Baby.
she's good at Arcana. I said it.
So the critical success, because that is a hard +10, means that not only do you complete the address, but once you have the address, you can see the stuff that has been pointed out to you of how the other thing triggers, and you can see the part of the machine, the part of the mechanism that reads the address to see what's going on, and that thing is the thing that gets envenomed by the security protocol. And because you're already taking stuff out, you can just sort of pop that piece off, and that will complete both of the challenges.
If it weren't for the fact that you recorded and put this on YouTube, I would blurt out the address as your home's physical address.
Well, I appreciate that you don't do that, so Filibuster doesn't have to edit it out. So you now have the address. You have disabled the security protocols. You can use the spin disk to spin back to your ship, but you've not yet done so. There is potentially one more wrinkle in the equation at the moment, which is you need to be standing on the spin disk to actually do that. So,
What if our ship just pulls the Brain Hulk over, everyone on our ship deals with it, and then pulls us over?
Yeah, the ship would just put it into containment.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Hey, Al. How do you like Brain Hulk?
So, Drock as Filibuster. JP, it is your turn. What are you doing? You
Um,
can see the spin disk is active. It would work, but you need to be able to stand there, and right now you can't.
Would I know if destroying the console would break the connection or stop things from working?
When you say the console, do you mean the thing that you've been tinkering with here, or
No,
like the?
by Griffle.
You don't think so. You're pretty certain that the console interacts with this device, but it's not intrinsically linked to it.
I am going to do as much damage to the console with Baneslayer as I can.
Okay. There's not really any checks for that because the console is already retracting into the floor, but you will be able to get several kind of good, solid hits on it. And Baneslayer is very happy with the physical destruction of an aberrant thing.
Yeah. Can I specifically like cut it at the floor and see if I can like cut off the console from the floor and like?
I would say that you don't have the time required to get that done.
Fair enough.
Because the console is pretty big. I mean, the console's connection to the floor is like 3 to 4 feet thick and like 15 feet long.
Okay. Yeah. Just destruction.
All right. As my daughter says, yay. So, next up, we've got Filibuster as Griffle. Michael, it's your turn.
Get me out. Boys, are we leaving? Boys and girl.
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Is the spin disc the purple thing on the ground?
Under the Hulk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the thing out of the Hulk.
Yeah.
Are we planning on taking the Hulk with us?
I like throwing him in containment. I really liked that idea. Just teleport him away.
Why don't we just try to shove it off?
So big.
Shove off, mate.
I, not listening to my party, am going to. Can I perform like a charge action, Gary? Can I like charge to the spin disc and like try to attempt to shove?
Yeah, that's called bull rush. So you can definitely bull rush and try to get it.
Yeah. So let's, I guess, go like here.
Yep.
Or wherever. What should I roll?
A 20.
I think I'm almost positive it's just a attack. Bull rush is something that's used so infrequently that I actually have to look up the rules for. But give me just a second. Bull rush. So technically it wouldn't work, but because it's Griffle, I'm going to allow this because it only works on something that's up to one size category larger than you. But Griffle functions like for like wielding weapons and stuff as one size category larger. So for this, I'm going to count her as basically being like the bugbear thing of making her one size larger for attacks. I'm going to assume that also applies to Bull Rush.
I accept.
So go ahead and make a charge attack, and then we're going to have to make a little bit of a subtraction from it. So I think it's a charge. So a melee basic at -4 is what you're looking for.
-4.
Which is not quite as bad as it sounds.
30.
So 30, and would instead be versus Fortitude, which I'm almost positive is going to hit. Defenses. Oh yeah, easy hit. And you're able to slide it off one square, which is enough to allow people to kind of huddle underneath it and spin off.
Do we want to grab Philly's cube thing before we leave?
That's up to Phil.
Yeah.
He's
It seems
losing
helpful.
His religion.
I'll reach in and do it. I made this mess.
In my body. You're just slowly poisoning.
Didn't hurt too
I
bad.
will accept the consequences of my actions on Drock's body.
All right. So what I will say is that basically you've completed the skill challenge to the point where there's nothing really preventing you guys from getting away. The Hulk is still stunned until it gets to the end of its round, and it has been until the end of the round, and it has been moved out of the way. So the way that I'm going to play it is basically the ooze is going to get one attack on Drock as it goes and pulls the cube back out to take with, and then you skedaddle back to your ship. So 31 versus Fortitude, which I believe also connects.
Yeah.
I believe it does. Yep.
For 27 points of poison damage, so 22 points of damage to Drock.
That's barely a surge.
Fine. Barely
So-
bloodied.
You guys all spin back to your ship and find yourselves aboard the Superstition's End with the two pieces of the other part of the device that you were searching for, and you sort of take a deep breath, relax for a moment as the the countdown in your head finishes and the ship plane shifts away to elsewhere, back to the prime material plane. What else would you guys like to do? So we're back aboard the end.
Short
We're
rest.
going back to the entrance. map.
Comrade sucker.
Well, short rest for start. Yeah. The other one, yeah.
Give it back.
All right. Oh, I don't know if it's gonna let me do this. Oops, didn't work. There we go. Fixed. Sorry, the circle was bothering me. All right. So you guys get back. Is the plan to Comrade Suker?
I mean, if Comrade Sucker works, we could just do this anytime we wanted to.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be now.
No, I mean, we could do it now, but then we could just do it again later.
Oh, just keep body swapping?
Mm-hmm.
To play a drinking game or something.
Weird pink thing.
So I will say that if you guys are going to do Comrade Suker with the help of the helm, it doesn't exactly work as it should have, quote unquote should have. But the helm can kind of fill in the gap to allow you guys, when you pool all of your energy, to also pool your mentality into this sort of shared thing that feels a lot like when you guys were sort of plastered to the interior of the brain case, right? Where you're swirling around the helm in that sort of disembodied state. When you push your energies, your life force out of your body for the ritual, it does the same thing and allows the energies and the minds with it to go back to the correct locations.
Hooray.
So, I want to take like a 10-minute break real quick because I need to go get something to drink and go to the bathroom. And that was a reasonably intense skill challenge. So let's go ahead and break until 20.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds
BRB.
good. Burb.
All right.
We're back, and everyone's mind is in their own body.
Also, in
Okay, I accept.
in
That's
my
amazing.
drop down for who I can talk as, I have Drock 3 times now.
Nice.
Me too.
I have 2 Morans.
Well, I will clean up the permissions and the journals and stuff in a little bit. And the reason that you have Drock 3 times Drock is that you are labeled as yourself in as like your Roll20 name is Drock, and then there are 2 journals for Drock.
Oh, yeah, that's because I kept talking as myself, confusing everything. So I just changed it.
Yep. So, yeah, you guys make it back to Superstition's End. You've got the pieces. What next? And you're back in your own bodies.
So we generally know how to get through the temple, but we'd have to work our way all the way back down to get to the Sphinx, right?
No.
Why not?
I specifically said to the Sphinx, I said, hey, we might not be able to come back here. Can we help you? And they said, go talk to They said, you'll figure it out if you live, basically. I assume if we could go talk to one of the statues,
Mm.
some magic might happen.
1 second.
Didn't
Wait,
They
sorry.
also said, you know the password, but that was in addition to the other things.
I'm just going to back up a whole bunch. Philly, are you 7 years old?
Yeah. Well, I looked at it's probably some D&D, nonsense in terms of like age of races, and I was like, I'll just write 7 here because that's like an adult goblin.
And that is actually a thing in this world. Goblins live very short, phrenic lives, and they're an adult or considered an adult at age 6. So he's a young adult as a goblin.
Wow.
So, but yes, you guys are back on the end, and to go back from the stuff from the Sphinx did say basically if the person wasn't knocking on the door, it would be relatively easy for it to communicate outside. So you're not going to have to physically walk down the tunnel. If you go to one of the now possibly activated statues and ask for permission, the Sphinx will allow you to come back in.
All right, so we
Let's
could
do
do
it.
that, or we go follow the ship with Superstition's End.
Well, we definitely need to get the other half of the phylactery or whatever from the Sphinx, and she has an orb.
Oh, yeah, we'll come back. I mean, we always do, right?
No.
What are those doors in the vault that we never went back for?
But we will.
Yeah, they're on the list. I don't know, like, the longer we give that ship time to recuperate, the worse it gets. If we just go and start bombarding it with weapons now, we might stand a chance.
I want to get the second.
One of many, absolutely no way in hell is going to leave without that orb.
But, okay, so hold on. Are we trying to give the stuff to the Sphinx for the phylactery, or were we trying to get all the
We're trying to get
pieces?
it so that we can go.
Yeah, the Sphinx will give us the second half now that we have moved Brett knocking on their door.
So that we can go get Mother Summer. Like, these are 2 hugely important goals.
All right, let's go to the Sphinx then. Just
He holds Baneslayer for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You should have killed us when you had the chance.
I mean, it's easier to kill you in this body.
Is it?
I was like, is it though?
Not with my
How's a
rolls.
How's a -7 to hit gonna do ya, bud?
Oh, that with
All right.
ironed glass, I don't think I'd stand a chance.
All right. So you can go to the Sphinx statue, which is repairing itself, the one that's in the entryway, that's repairing itself in a similar fashion, although slowly, to the walls that you saw, like the pieces that you saw of the rest of the fortress that are self-repairing. And you can see that the statue is one of the things that will self-repair given time. And if you go up to it, the Sphinx will move, like the statue will move like the Sphinx and raise up and look at you as you guys approach it. Sorry, I had to cough a bunch. So the Sphinx sees you guys approach, and then when it kind of lifts itself up on the little pedestal that it is, the stone below its claws melts away, and you see a staircase going down that ends in this haze that Griffle's helm would recognize as a teleportation thing. So there's a way to get into the inner sanctum from the front door, but it was not functional when their attack was going on. So you guys can teleport back inside. Woo-hoo. So the Sphinx is back in the entryway and is sitting with her book, drinking her coffee. What would you like to do?
You look oddly calm.
Who has the phylactery?
I have the utmost confidences in you.
Well, that is not a sentiment commonly shared.
It is a sentiment that is supported by a significant amount of divination magics.
I hear some people think those are sins.
So who would have the pieces?
Whose body picked it up first?
Philly.
Me? I have it.
Cool. So, what would you like to do?
We'd show her that we have them, right?
Yep. You present them to her, and he pulls up that scroll case and opens up the scroll case and unrolls something from it. Now, the case itself looks a lot like the picture does. It looks kind of pristine, in perfect condition. It does have this sense of age to it, and has a bunch of runes and supernal that are on it, but it does look like it's not brand new, but it looks kind of good as new. When the interior opens up and you see the map come out, what's inside of the case doesn't have that look at all. It's old, it's yellow, it looks like it's on this sort of brittle paper, this sort of ancient parchment paper that has like stains and stuff on it. And you can see that there is some repeated symbol burned into the center of the map, but it almost looks like a watermark from a coaster. But the fact that it is sort of repeated and faded in the center, even though it kind of looks like a watermark, someone's like left something on the map, you can tell that it is definitely intentional. And as you look at it, while the map itself looks unimpressive, you can see stars and points of light, things that look like a mixture between what you would expect a star to look like and the crystalline looking orbs from the ship's maps. So this looks like a melding, a mixture between the ship map that has the orbs locating all the different places in the different planes and what you would expect a normal star map to look like, where it shows the stars. And I will pull you guys over to the map. And while the map does have this sort of ancient, sort of frayed look to it, while you're looking at it, you can see that the stars are always moving. There's nothing on the map that actually looks stable. Everything seems to be sort of perpetually in motion. Things aren't moving quickly, but there is a sense of continual drift when looking at the map. Like your eyes are kind of constantly going out of focus. Like you're watching a bunch of things moving slowly in different directions.
Just like real life.
Yep.
No? Okay.
So the Sphinx pulls out the map, places it down, and then sees the pieces. And you can see. Does Filibuster hand her the pieces?
I will do it, but as I do it, I will say, what purpose do these serve?
I am unsure as of yet, although I believe.
You see the Sphinx kind of rolling it over in her hands, tinkering with it, spinning things around, and you see her take the two discs and press one on top of the other, and then you can see they sort of align one on top of the other. Like maybe there was at some point a piece that would have connected the two discs so that they would stay as one piece. But that piece connecting the two discs has long since been destroyed or lost. And what you have remaining are these two discs that do lay on top of each other, but they don't have a mechanism anymore to like hold them together. And you can see in the middle of the discs, there is a hole where in the same spot where it looks like they would line up and they'd be able to spin. And as the Sphinx sets them down and sets them on the map, you see she takes a deep breath and says,
Ah, that does make another piece of this riddle make sense. I can see this. Of course, I believe my role is to give you a start.
So she takes the piece off and she places it down at the bottom corner of the map. And you can see when she does that she lines up the larger disc, the blast disc, with 3 locations on the map. So you can see, let's see if I can get this to work correctly. Come on, function. Did I put it on the wrong layer? Yes. Let's not do that. All right, so this piece functions. Can you see me swivel the piece?
No.
No.
Okay. So, like, I'm going to swivel it here, and then here.
Yes.
And
I
you
think it's
see
a
what she
stop.
does is she spins to line it up to where the notches line up with the stars. And the DM is going to suck at doing this for a second. There you go. So she lines up the bigger piece with the notches on the stars, and then she takes the smaller piece and lines it up with the larger. And you see that kind of creates this compass. This would be the point that Griffel would see this and then say, ah, and kind of shoulder forward and start to tinker with it and say, oh, yes, yes, and be able to figure out pretty quickly what the tool does. That if you spin this enter piece around, ideally you can see what I'm doing, that if you line it up correctly, that you can create symbols on the edges. And that by spinning the inner disk around, you can get the point to go different directions.
Mm-hmm.
And so when Griffel is doing this and kind of tinkering with it and being like, okay, I understand how this works, the Sphinx is going to start talking again.
In my research, I was able to find something else. A symbol that I believe was connected to the puzzle in some way. I was, however, unable to understand until this moment how this symbol related to things. I believe now I have the piece that I needed to solve the puzzle, to change the riddle into something that makes more sense.
Demon baby.
So does show you that symbol, and everybody should be able to control the token. I hope. Can people move?
Yeah.
Yes. So it just
And-
needs to go a little bit clockwise.
So somebody wants to move it. I would normally
I'm doing it.
in the
Okay.
future. I would have Griffle do this because
Sorry.
Go for it.
I thought I did, but then it popped back. Does that look right?
Sure does.
Okay, great.
all right. And so you
Draw a
see
line.
this, and you
Feels
can
like we need 3
tell.
more of these. Sorry.
You can tell that it's lining up to something else. So what I'm going to do is, in the interest of helping you figure out where it's going, I'm going to give you another piece. So you can leave that one where it is, and you can move these 2 pieces, try to see where this goes.
Ooh.
Oh, geez.
What?
So we have to triangulate it. There's going to be like, are there
Oh,
3
we
other
keep
symbols?
going?
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Like here, I'll draw with the...
Oh, so that means this one goes. Oops. Yeah, draw a line.
I'm trying.
Do it
I'm
now.
trying so hard. I know, that's not a line.
How do I rotate? Oh, wait.
There's
You
a
like
box.
click the little
on the-
box.
Click the little box. That just selects the token.
But then you drag it.
Ah.
Wait, can
So
you draw the line from the center of the thingy to make a more
did.
straight line? No, like
What?
the very center. Like
You're criticizing
go
my line.
go through the arrow. Well, I just
I feel
extreme
like
straightness.
I feel like I did. How's that?
Beautiful. Excellent
Perfect.
even.
Thank you so much. Oh. Okay. The problem is the line doesn't stay. Is there a way to just draw a line and have it stay forever?
Hey, why are you over there? Where are you going?
So you have to have the 3 notches match with the stars.
Yeah,
So you
but
need to
that's
find-
probably on the line somewhere.
No, I think it's gonna be a triangle. You're gonna have to triangulate it.
Well, we need a second spot, don't we?
Yeah, I think we're gonna need two more spots.
So you're thinking that the arrow is pointing to where to put this thing.
I don't
Filibuster.
think that's true.
Oh, you think there's just somewhere else on the board that
Yeah.
has similar size
Yeah.
stars?
I
And then
think
we'll draw 3 lines.
yeah.
Hmm.
Could it be? So we need a big, a little. How about right here? No.
Sorry, I'm muted. The physical version that I printed out of this, and like the pieces that I made, if you guys did this while you were here,
Oh,
are
there's
so
one right
much
here.
easier to use.
Right here.
In what
This
universe
this is
did we get
the
this far when we were there? If we were just like,
Well-
fuck Haven, we're gonna go visit
Oh,
this.
no, that doesn't look correct.
You did okay before you guys went to Haven. You did talk about going and fucking off and doing something else, right? You guys were like, "Cool, we've got a day in Haven. We're gonna go to Silver Spire."
Oh, we
So-
did say that. You're right. You're
You
right.
did do
Okay.
that.
Okay. Put it right here. Put it right here.
Wait, is there a here?
Big, little.
This is-
The other thing, can we just get more of these and we can each play?
No,
Oh,
no,
yeah, that
no.
would be
Draw a shape like this.
What I'll do is
Here's the
hang on,
spacing.
before you start moving things. 1 second. I'm gonna do blue. Do you see the little marker, the blue marker on that one right there?
Yep.
That means that's Drox. Do a yellow marker. Stop moving. A second. The yellow ones are filibusters.
Why can I not pick up my shape again?
The purple one is Morin.
Oh God.
And then I need a color for what a many. Light blue?
Sure. I made this ellipse and I cannot get rid of it. But I wanted to move it. I thought you were supposed to be able to... Oh, pan? Nope. 20.
No, pan means bread.
Yeah. That's not what I wanted. I found it.
I will say that while you guys are moving this around, you'll very quickly be able to find out that there are quite a few of these that match. on
Oh
the map.
God damn it, Gary.
Yeah, but if you
my
align the arrow,
my brown
like
one
you're
is...
only gonna like I suggest putting the little arrow thing on your little circle, dude, and then you can see sort of
Uh-huh.
generally the like. See how I'm dragging mine together.
Yeah, I do see that. Oh, there we go.
So that way, when you rotate it around the dude, you can
Mhm.
see if the arrow is pointing in the right direction ish.
More reasonable. Yeah, that's smart. Okay.
Rotating these is brutal.
I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah.
Mine just never wants to latch onto the rotation.
Here we go.
Oh.
Get this out of here.
Yeah, like I said, it took me a while to make sure that this could work on a digital platform, and it does. It works ish, but it doesn't work as well as it does to just hand you guys a physical map with the pieces.
Whee!
Okay.
Oh wait, is this one? This looks like it could be.
Yeah, it does.
It's a little bit.
How do you select two things at
No.
once?
You get the drag.
Control?
No,
You just
drag your mouse.
It
That's
does.
not
like
one.
highlighting a box.
Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, it's
I'm not seeing like any tiny stars where they should be.
So while you guys are kind of the maps in front, you guys are tinkering with it, looking back and forth at what you're doing. The Sphinx.
Shaking her head. These fucking idiots.
This, I believe, is a navigation map, a way to get through Cosmatar. That is an unpredictable place, and the passageways through it are difficult to maintain at times. I don't know exactly how this is going to function, but I imagine you would need more of these symbols. This is the only one I've been able to find with my research. If you were to find a way to locate other symbols, possibly at other locations you can navigate to via this map in Cosmatar, maybe you can find where it is supposed to lead.
Yeah, so I think this one, yellow dot, is a correct placement, but it's a different symbol, so the inner circle would be rotated differently.
Are you saying where mine is up here in the top?
Yeah. Like rotated just
Yes.
a little bit clockwise.
It's pretty close.
It's perfect if you rotate a little.
Like that?
Yeah.
But then the brown disc,
But she's saying there's other symbols.
yeah.
Like
Another Fed quest.
we aligned the brown one the way we did.
Well, where are the other symbols, Bess?
Wow.
She just said we have to go somewhere else to find them.
That's unbelievable that she sent us on this quest so that we would get the map to Mother Summer and then was like, "Oh, but you can't actually read the
Oh
map."
God, I'm so sorry that I did that.
I am not implying that this is a piece of the information you need and you need something else in order to begin your journey. I believe part of the mechanism that is obscuring the location at the end is that the only way to travel through Cosmatar is by one piece at a time. You cannot shift planes while in the cloud, and teleportation magics are unreliable at best. Even if this map was able to show you the final destination, you would not be able to go simply from here to there. It is the path you need, not the destination.
So we
Does
have
that
to
mean
go
we?
somewhere on this line?
Did it just get really quiet in here? Julian?
It does.
But it's just
I
it's
like
very
how
persnickety.
we're never madder than when we're doing a puzzle.
All right.
And
Good timing. My
That
internet's
just
back.
points
okay,
back.
I know.
No.
No. Yes, this tells us
Terrible.
where we need to go to get the next symbol. And we'll get a symbol and we'll be able to rotate this brown thing and it'll give us a new vector.
Wait, what?
Is that correct?
Are these circles and triangles? These are just stupid things that we have drawn accidentally,
Wait, what?
right?
Yeah, the green
Where,
stuff is all stuff I've drawn.
where do you think you're gonna get a new symbol, Josh?
That the Sphinx said that you travel through the cloud, it's difficult to go, so you get the path and you find a new symbol as you go. And
Well,
so
where's a new symbol gonna come from?
I think that's the point. We have to go to this star, this one, and we'll
In
find the
reality.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we'll find the symbol and we'll rotate this disc accordingly and then head off in a new direction.
I'm gonna make a guess, and that guess is this.
Gary's like, I want to run a treasure hunt.
I mean,
So I say
She's an old woman.
we could just go to this location.
So
Hmm.
you think that
So
it'll
I'll make
Yeah.
point like this?
Yeah.
Okay.
so as the Sphinx.
Mm-hmm.
That does seem to line up with a possible place. But again, you're misunderstanding the nature of Cosmatar. If it was a place where you could reach everywhere by everywhere else, then teleportation and translocation magics would work. It would not be such a confusing place. The path is what's important, not the destination or the locations.
Yeah, it's like
While
the
you
Kessel
can
Run.
draw a line between any two places on this map, that line might lead you through chaotic energies that would destroy your ship or drive all of your inhabitants mad.
It's just like the Kessel Run.
It's just like how we couldn't use dimensional shortcut to get here.
It's just like how we're definitely not going mad anyway.
Oh, goodness me. All right. Well, give us our goodies and we'll go to this star. Please. Thank you.
Oh, can we just? I'm gonna ask the Sphinx. Though we dealt with the entity on the ship, would it be wise to actually destroy the ship while it is in a weakened state?
The ship is gone.
But we know where it went.
Oh, that's
Oh,
true.
could she tell us where it is? She's familiar with space.
I know the location, and I have been there before. However, it has been a very long time, and I am reticent to try to go there or even extend too many of my senses to the Prime while the threat against my person persists.
Shadow mantle.
You don't know that.
What?
You don't know that in a way that demonstrates you absolutely know that.
Was the entity not the threat to your person, or was that just the immediate threat in this location?
It was the immediate threat. And
Yep.
Shadow Mantle is the threat to the person. Because
Yep.
this is on the Prime, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
She said she won't go
will
to the
not.
Prime.
Yeah. I don't know why. He's a very reasonable guy.
Uh-huh.
So basically, the answer that you'll get is, she knows where that is. She knows that it's probably not that big of a deal from back when she was able to go there, but she can't give you any information on how dangerous it may or may not be if you go there today.
Yeah, understood.
So,
Evadris, could you make a guess as to why a mortal or even a non would want to collect extensive amounts of currency, such as those found in the vaults of souls?
I know of a great many reasons to have a full account with the vaults. It is something that is usable from a lot of creatures that are very old. Some of the oldest use that as their primary form of currency, and there are creatures that will work exclusively for souls.
But to what end? I don't fully understand the value of having a soul in my possession as currency.
Then you have not yet had dealings with the Alandari. Once you have, you will understand the full weight of a soul to one of them.
We have met at least one Alandari. We've met the banker.
Herkator is not one of the Alandari, at least as they are represented now. Herkator is its own separate entity, created to be neutral. The Alandari have no such predispositions.
Are souls the only currency with which the Alandari negotiate?
It is the only currency that they will take. But if others will accept other currencies, they would always prefer to pay in other means.
It seems with the bank that souls are simply shifted from one account to another. Is it ever the case that souls are expended?
To the best of my knowledge, that has not been the case for time immemorial. However, there are stories that talk about creation and destruction of a base currency, although I have not been able to properly fact check any of those resources.
When we fought this creature who was attacking your door to retrieve this phylactery, they invited us to join their collective. We realized this offer was not as good faith as they originally made it seem. However, they attempted to convince us that reality was broken and needing to be unmade. We do not believe this to be true, but we were unaware of this faction. Are you able to tell us more?
They are either a subsection of the parasites that infect most of the known planes, or they are an offshoot of similar breed and function. They do not appear to function with the same unified purpose as the rest, although they do claim to have sections of hive mentality. I do not believe they are as interconnected as others, but they do have the capacity to do so. They are capable, if not always connected to everything else. And while they may or may not be part of the adversary, many of their actions support the adversary's goals, and I believe they could be considered equivalently enemies.
Would they be truly the embodiment of what we on Silban consider to be the Forerunners?
It has been many centuries since I've spoken with Swaban scholars. I do not know what the current theories would say, but I have heard it espoused that the Forerunners were merely the foremost of the parasites. I do not know if that is certain, but they are some of the most formidable of the individual parasite lineages that I have ever encountered. If the parasites are descendants of the Forerunners, then saying that the Voiceless are, if not the Forerunners themselves, but direct descendants would be something that follows that predisposition.
And yet, this Voiceless did not think of themselves as a part of the adversary. They were seemingly sure that they were creating a better world and that all of their means to an end were justified. They seem different than other parasites we have met.
That is a difference between them. I believe the Voiceless believe their own madness, although it may simply be that they have the same purpose as the others, but enough of a mentality and a sense of self to not want to cast themselves as the villain.
Thank you for your wisdom.
Turning the voice off takes forever, but she will nod, and then kind of look around to the others, like, if you have other things you want to say. So anything else you guys want to do with the Sphinx or to ask the Sphinx before you guys head off to do whatever you'd like to do? Either chase down the ship or go down into Cosmatar?
Did you see my question, Gary?
Where did you put it? Oh, I
think
see
I
it now.
whispered you.
Sorry.
Okay. No, that's
I
fine.
was,
I legitimately didn't know if that worked.
it did work, but I was tinkering with stuff on other layers and journal entries, so I wasn't on the chat
Yeah.
section of Roll20. don't know if that helps, but
Okay.
So before we go on another wild goose chase, before going to the Sphinx, we had a list of things that we wanted to do.
Yeah.
Now, Griffle was the list keeper, right?
I
The
mean,
list
we
of
all
things
have
is not nearly
access.
as long as you think it was. I
Yeah.
promise.
Some of them are unactionable items.
I think this might be an unactionable item. Isn't this on the
No.
Prime?
Well, I mean, what? We're gonna not go to the Prime ever again? Come on,
What was stopping us from going to the Prime before?
we're being hunted.
A large military.
also, what is the big thing that you guys know about Khaz al-Matar, like about this area? You guys have learned basically one chunk of information. You can look at it on the Discord.
Have we?
In the Discord.
Where
What?
is Kalzar Matar? I think I missed that now. Sorry.
That's
I
where
feel like this is the first time I've heard this word.
Yeah.
I have linked it in.
Oh.
Oh, that conversation from January.
God.
Oh, with a Q. Kazal Matar with a Q.
Oh, if he had said that.
I thought you were talking about the one with the K.
Yeah, that's how I was picturing
Oh wait, isn't that this is hilarious. Didn't I ask what the meaning of that word was because I knew primordial?
Yep. It's in the part where you were like, oh yeah, we should definitely bring coffee when we go and see her. And you didn't do that.
I can't find where I asked. Okay, wait, but it means something like mirrors, right?
The DM would have to hunt down his notes to remember what it means. So,
Or like rainbow?
I think it's like prismatic is what it should be. It's like like a prism reflected through a mirror, I think is what it's supposed to be. But I'd have to find my notes to give you a 100% this is the correct answer. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm looking it up. But yes, that is the area of prime space. And what you guys do know about it is that it is like crazy chaotic and it's extremely dangerous to go there unless you know exactly how to get around, which is sort of what she just said as well.
Yeah.
And she gave us a way to figure out how
Do it.
exactly to get around.
Yeah.
So maybe we would avoid the large military.
Well, they
Yeah,
couldn't get
they're
to
not
us
going to be
easily,
hanging
right?
out there. Yeah. It'd be a suicide mission to go there without this map.
So is the end goal that we just find grandmother? Is that?
Well, this is for Mother. But yeah, I think a big goal is to free all the queens.
Okay.
Grandmother's back on prosperity, so
Do you want to go
Okay.
home?
Let's go. Wait, so is there a name for the place we're going?
Castle Matar.
No, this place.
I don't know.
I assume that there is.
Azal Matar
Two.
is all of this, right?
Yeah.
So once you place that on there, you can basically, here's where this is. And the Sphinx will let you know that her maps are a bit out of date. And also the part of the reason that Khaz al-Matar is a problem is that the place changes, like the whole area drifts. So even if she would have to have very up-to-date maps in order to know what was actually there.
Will the ship be able to go there though with just this information?
Yes, it will be able to fly there.
Okay.
Mm.
What's the scale of this map? Mile? A couple miles?
Yeah,
Just a couple of miles between stars.
Griffle will let you know that the ship says that assuming that you guys encounter no problems, This first leg of the journey will take you about 2 days.
Oh, that's not bad. I was
That's
thinking
a lot
cold
of comrades, sucker.
sleep.
That
A
sounds
lot of time you guys will be asleep.
down in the hold. Bro, I have my body back and I have my weapon back. Do not approach me.
I feel like we need to put Drac in the brig.
Your weapon is on my side.
This is turning into the Shining situation.
Oh, you're approaching
I would
me?
like to be the hotel.
Is that a
Class
character?
Mahiz is the Shining, is the hotel.
So what is the goal? Is the goal to go to Cosmotar, and then go along the map, or do you guys actually want to go to follow the biomechanical ship that just teleported?
No.
I don't care about the biomechanic. I think
That's
that's going to come up later, just like that vampire guy we didn't kill.
That's too scary.
Vampire.
I
Oh yeah.
You don't remember the vampire guy we didn't kill?
I remember
Good joke
now.
on you. That's going to come up later.
The one who's still in
the
containment?
judge.
No,
No.
Gary knows what I'm talking about.
The fight at the reservoir.
The fight at the
Yeah.
reservoir. The bodyguard grabbed his head and he said goodbye.
Oh yeah. That's
Also,
right.
what is up with the guy in containment? Have we remembered to force feed him?
At the moment, he's still alive because it's only been like
A day.
a day.
Oh,
and a half.
Rajul.
But
Oh, could the Sphinx keep him here out of time and space and alive forever?
is that what you want to ask her?
It'd be nice.
I don't think she's gonna offer him sanctuary.
So what would you say to her? Like what's because that's not just a summary thing. Like you need to tell me what you'd say to her.
Bess, we are on a quest, as you know, and a central piece to our success on this quest is continued access to our ship, the Superstition's End. Unfortunately, we have liberated it from a group that is displeased because it is a nice ship, but it is now our ship. We have in our containment one Rajal Ghul, who has a phylactery in the Cult of the Elements in Sanctuary. And if he were to die, he would return and cause quite a great deal of trouble in our continued maintenance of the Superstition's End. Since you seem to have a dimension outside of time and space, would it be possible that you would take him as your prolonged guest, where he is unable to impinge upon our ultimate goals, of which you and I are both aligned? Please.
If you do this, we will bring you a bag of coffee.
There are mechanisms that I have in my sanctum for holding prisoners. Is this particular prisoner connected with the adversary or its agents?
Arguably, yes.
We are not sure, but we would not be surprised.
I thought, what about the thing with like them connecting to aberrant stuff?
That wasn't the church thing, I don't believe.
Do we have concrete proof?
Not on him specifically.
Yeah.
I can allow the individual to go through security precautions around my sanctum, but I cannot guarantee that he will pass through security in order to be put into detainment. My security precautions will not harm the individual, but I will not be able to offer to keep the individual until I have been able to see with my satisfaction that they are not tainted by the adversary or their agents.
Oh,
Sure.
I think I'm more confident that they're not.
How do we get him out of containment without triggering anything and here?
Excellent question.
It's just a thought.
Wait,
Also-
triggering what?
Him being able to tell the ship to give him control.
Well,
Well,
the
how did
helm
we get
shut
him in
that
containment
down.
in the first place?
The helm will not.
incapacitated himself.
We
the
can
helm-
incapacitate him again.
I thought like the helm has control. Like once the helm won the battle, he cannot.
No, he was about to turn it off, and the helm made the containment so that he couldn't be heard through containment.
Okay.
If you are concerned, there are more active defenses for my sanctum that I could send out of the protections of the sanctum to help you detain this individual and see if it is able to pass my tests.
Oh, weren't we gonna have Bess come on the ship and talk to Al anyways?
But she won't
Oh yeah.
leave until we deal with Shadow Mantle, I thought. Right?
She's not leaving her
No.
sanctum.
Oh.
But the ship is in the sanctum. Or no?
No.
Am I misunderstanding?
The sanctum's just this room.
I thought she would
Okay.
leave if we took care of the threat outside. She just wouldn't go
Yeah.
to Prime because of Shadow Mantle.
Yeah. Because the ship is on this plane, which is not the Shadowfell, and the ship is also within the actual like temple. And the whole thing was like take care of the dude outside, and maybe I'll come on your ship.
Okay, so for clarity's sake, assuming you're wanting to have Bess Mahiz leave the sanctum to get onto the ship basically while it's parked on her doorstep, that is a possibility. If you're trying to have Bess Mahiz go with you, would you guys go to Kaz Al-Matar? She will not do that.
Oh,
No.
No.
That's so the goal would be have her lay eyes upon what's his fuck to see if he's an aberrant, and then go talk to Al Shaib I think we wanted to identify if he had lost his name or something.
Yeah.
So if that is the way that if you put that forward, I might have misunderstood as the DM. I thought you were saying have her come with you guys.
No.
If that is the way you're going about it, then yes, she will agree to go and see your ship.
Just look at this cool painting we have on the wall. Yeah, just step a little closer. Just a little closer.
Bull rush.
Isn't that that's a fine crew I see. Is everyone okay with having Bess Mahiz on the ship?
Yeah, I think introducing her to Al is a great idea.
Well, I think they know each other. At least of each other.
Mm-hmm.
So, if that's something you want to do, she will do that at the end of the conversation. She will agree.
Cool.
So I think the last thing I had was Bess, I hope that we have shown that we are, in fact, allies who are aligned. And I hope that our actions with the Voiceless have proven that we would be worthy custodians of your piece of the Watcher's Eye.
I was able to do some minor remote viewing after your incident had completed, and I do believe that you would be a worthy caretaker. Although I would say, in the future, when you are going against creatures that are as formidable mentally as the Voiceless, it would be preferential for you to run at least one mind blank per person to avoid future inconsistencies in your ability to control your bodies.
Yeah. Had we that power, we would certainly use it.
You went to face the Voiceless, and you have not the ability to blank your minds?
We have heard of this thing, but we do not.
So the Sphinx gets up and then walks over to one of the huge bookshelves off to the side, and then very sort of delicately reaches up and draws from one of the shelves with a clawed hand a book that looks like it's more designed for a giant's hands rather than yours. But she will bring the book over and hand the book to you And then she will say,
I do not know what things you are missing, but these are common rituals and magics used for countering such creatures as the parasites and their pervasive influences. If this particular knowledge has become rare in the worlds, I would appreciate it after you have used it to properly understand for yourself that you do what can be done to disseminate it so that others may benefit from the protections that it offers.
so she hands you a ritual book, and one of the rituals in it will be the ritual Mind Blank, which I'll paste into the handout and then give to you guys.
Is this in the compendium?
It is from a different edition of D&D, so no.
Okay.
But I've written it up for like a 4th edition ritual. It is level 12, and basically it's protects you from dominate and charm effects, and then you have to spend a surge in order to cast it on someone, and then after you get hit with an effect, it deactivates until the end of the encounter, and you can spend another surge to turn it back on. So it takes some energy to maintain, but it helps you avoid mental attacks. So she will basically, what Bess Maïs is saying is like, oh, she had assumed if you were going to go fight the Voiceless, you were going to use a mind blank. And then when she watched the battle, you didn't do it, which was weird, but also kind of more impressive that you survived.
Yeah. Get that a lot.
So she gives you the ritual mind blank, and I have a full list, but I'm starting to get a headache of the other rituals in the book, but they are all other things that are in the compendium, I think. I think there's maybe one more that's not in the compendium, but I'm going to have to look when my head isn't hurting. So,
Evandris, were you able to travel to the Prime again? Would you be able to disseminate other such knowledge as you hold here in the library?
It would be against my nature to disseminate such knowledges directly. However, before the events that have sealed me away from the universe, before I was locked away from the Prime and its mirrors, I was able to create significant quantities of avenues for others to come to me to seek knowledge. I can give knowledge to those that will not be destroyed by the presence of that knowledge. There is a certain burden that comes with the sharing of knowledge, and it cannot be given out directly by me. But for those that earn it, and for those that are considered worthy, it is something that I can help enable them, especially should such knowledge work to further a cause that is worthy.
so sort of yes.
Excellent.
Anything else you guys want to say before you skedaddle off?
Not I.
All right.
Nope.
So if you guys are heading off, gathering your things, the Sphinx will give you the orb, will give you the ritual book, give you the map, and then she will say,
Before you leave my sanctum and journey onward, I must first wish you luck. The task that is set before you is quite difficult, and the journey is uncertain, but it is a worthy cause. I have done several divinations for the possibilities of the outcomes of your trip, and while they are significantly unreliable when they interact with the energies of the cause Almatar, I can see there are potential lines of great change to the mirrors, to all things, and many of these changes show great promise and light. However, in my divinations, I was able to notice that 2 of your number contain passengers. You contain extra baggage that you are carrying with you into Calls al-Matar, and until those things are quieted, until those extra elements are removed from the equation, the chances that you fail increase dramatically. One of many. You have the presence of something dark within your mind, and I see it can trouble you greatly for what is to come, but I see no way to remove it before you go. I also sense that there is another passenger you have picked up, a kindred spirit which cannot reach here very well, but once you return to the prime material plane, you may find yourself in connection with a spirit that has noticed your presence as you've passed through other mirrors and must make contact with you. It can follow you, can shadow you through Calls al-Matar, but in doing so, it will be in danger. If you do not have a pact with this individual, this spirit will be risking its eternal self in order to follow you, but its curiosity will not be sated unless it does so. Filibuster, you are an interesting creature, to be certain. I don't sense much of what the others have. The others of the goblinoids that are descendants from their immortal lineages, they do not show true in you. There is something different about your personage, something more than mortal. I sense there is something following you, a cloak of some sort of divine energy, and that energy can interfere with many things in the sensitive realms of Calls al-Matar. If you have the capacity to doing so when you return to the Prime, it would drastically increase the success likelihood of your mission if you would deal with that directly. Do you know the power of which I speak, Filibuster and One?
I know that we have attracted one who follows. But we have been told that this creature has no notice of us. And to remove it could draw its attention.
Yes, that dark presence cannot be removed, not by means that I know. But you've picked up something else. Something that I can feel even now waiting at the bounds of the sanctum. Something that is a spirit of curiosity of the wilds. I would recommend, once you return to the Prime, that you try to call upon this spirit of curiosity and deal with it before you enter into the chaotic energies. And you, Filibuster, do you understand the mantle of power that you carry, what you leave in your wake that will cause disruption to everything you pass?
Understand is a strong word.
The longer you do not listen to the voices of those that are calling to you, the more disruption, the more energy, the more dissonance that you will carry with you into the unstable area of Calls al-Matar. I would recommend dealing with it in whatever way you see fit and trying to quiet those voices so that you may be able to function within the area of the cloud.
And I asked you this before, but I do not think I agree with the voices. I would have it changed, and I do not know how to do that. Is there any guidance you can give on convincing it?
The voices merely want to be heard. They cannot hear you within the sanctum, And I believe the presence of your entity you carry with you is so loud that the lesser voices cannot be heard. Simply listening to those calling out to you should be enough to quiet them, at least as far as their conflict with the energies of Cosmatar is concerned.
Can you translate, Gary? He's basically
She's
saying like,
there's a
Go
bunch
ahead.
of voices calling out to you, and Baneslayer is too loud, so you're not listening.
got it. That's what I thought.
I'll take Baneslayer off your hand for Bay if you need.
I don't know what you're talking about. Did you have a conversation with Baneslayer?
Oh, no, not at all. No. I'm just offering to hold your weapon.
Well,
Mm.
ask me at another time in private.
Sally's
Sally's
pissed
already
right
jealous.
now. Gary, you and me.
But yeah, that's what's said. So
I will do my best to listen, as any good leader should.
I cannot see what those voices wish to say to you, nor do I know if there is a correct course of action. But as far as my divinations are able to tell, the longer you go without listening, the more disruptions there are, the more difficulty I have in seeing the path before you. Perhaps this is a positive thing. Perhaps the disruptions to my divinations will be similar to the disruptions of others' divinations if they choose to look at your path. But I can only say what I can see as far as it relates to your journey into the cloud.
Okay. Hey, you want to come meet a friend or two, actually?
hi, Foxy. I don't know if Griffle's actually there.
I'm here. I'm currently in transit. Skylark.
What was that?
All right, so you guys want to invite Vesmahis onto the ship so she can go and make sure that you get Rajul from containment and also go speak to Al Shaib.
Yes, please.
So she will agree to come out. She goes outside. And then there is a long period of her standing at what you know is the edge of the ship's sort of sensors, the edge of the shield around the ship. And she stays there for maybe 15 minutes. And you could tell you've been around things that are using mental communications before. You can tell she's having a conversation of some kind, but isn't going within the aura of the ship and is waiting for a significant amount of time. And you can see as the conversation is happening, the more like lightly featured aspects of Vesmahis fade away into harsher features, which you recognize with the sort of male voice. And when Vesmahis does eventually step onto the ship, the male-facing part of her is very prominent. So she will, he will step up onto the ship, and then nods to each of you in turn, and then I'm not going to switch the voice on because it takes too long. But she'll say, "I will return in a moment," and then vanishes in a puff of heat and smoke, and is gone for a decent amount of time.
Is my
I
chicken here?
don't know if he would let me, but Morin would be very interested to be present for that conversation.
Al Shaib does not seem to want anyone else inside while he is talking.
Is my chicken here?
Sure. Although I will say, as the DM, the goal of introducing this chicken is that the spirit that has caught onto you. So
Yeah.
canonically, it'd be fun if it was. It would make more sense if it's something that you interact with once you guys shift back to the Prime.
Oh, okay.
You guys are currently not on the Prime.
Yep.
So a few minutes passes, and you guys see bits of flame, little gouts of flame, pop up all over the ship, almost like fireworks. And you can feel the ship heating up as something is happening inside of containment.
Uh-oh.
I would head down. I want to witness this.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? He means like primary containment where we weren't allowed to go, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
So
secondary where
you can't head down.
Okay. I thought you meant the containment where Rajul is.
No.
In Al's realm. Will Al respond to us if we call out to him?
Previously, Al drops his shackles. This time, he drops his metal underwear that is preventing him from. He hasn't peed in 1,000 years.
So, trying to talk to Al Shaib, you can tell that he's there, but doesn't respond and seems to be focusing on something.
Okay.
And over the course of several minutes, you see those little fires break out all over the ship. In a couple of instances, they do light things on fire that are not immune to fire, as like things that people have brought onto the ship. But nobody sustains any sort of notable damage from the fires breaking out aboard the ship. After about 15 minutes, the Sphinx Besmahiz reappears on the center of the ship, and she carries with her a strong sense of like burnt hair and fur, and you can see there are several scorch marks on her body. She kind of holds one of her wings down to one side, like it is injured, and shakes his head as it's showing again the male persona right now, and flexes hands, and then looks over to you as you are gathered there.
Another riddle that resists being solved. I am excited for this amount of exercise. I can only hope that this other prisoner is not only able to pass my securities, but offers up at least a similar amount of entertainment.
I doubt it.
We are happy to provide
Entertainment.
healthy mental exercises.
So you guys can head down below with the Sphinx, and the Sphinx gets to the secondary containment, and you can tell that he's kind of disappointed, and takes a couple of minutes of casting spells, and then just sort of knocks out Rajul inside of containment, and then has a golem, which comes onto the ship as well, that's made of mostly sand, pick up Rajul and then incorporate Rajul inside of like the sand where only his head is sticking out, and then goes to take them off of the ship. She would say,
This one is not contaminated, at least not in any direct fashion that I'm able to perceive. The wards around my sanctum are significantly stricter than the simple things that I can cast. However, I believe it is very unlikely that this one will fail those triggers. I believe I can hold them, but for a certain amount of time to be held, there will be a weight of change. My sanctum doesn't properly exist in the same flow of time as you do. And once this entity is put in containment in my sanctum, it will not experience things in quite the same way. And once it is brought back into the time stream, if you are gone for too long, it will cause unusual disruptions. I must say more clearly that if you do not return within let us say 80 seals, then it is very unlikely I will be able to return this entity to the proper flow of time, and it will become a permanent prisoner of my sanctum.
Frankly, if you ask me, not really an
Oh,
issue.
Yeah, darn.
Yeah.
Darn.
We'll be back in 81 seals. Got it.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sure
we
you'll find a
caught
use for him. He's
all
kind
the
of
red
like
lights.
he's got a mouth on him. He likes to talk.
Yeah.
Oh, he loves to talk.
Seems like he likes puzzles.
Sorry we're late. One moved my little circle thing on the star map and we got lost.
Bess, do you happen to read Ancient Ignan Primordial?
Of course. Are you going to ask me about the profanities that have been carved upon your companion?
I am. We were told that if we could read them, we could help to remove them.
So it would be true. There is another component that you are missing. While knowing the exact terms and conditions of the contract that binds that individual is very important, there is another piece. You would need either to destroy the entity that profaned that creature, or you would need to have its permission to remove the bindings which holds it now. I believe those bindings are difficult to break by force. I was unable to convince the bindings to break of their own, but there is one that can break them by his death or by his word. The son Al-Harik bin Sadir al-Samir will be able to remove the binds. If it is a question of how, it can be through death or through permission given. If you're asking my personal opinion, I would say that death is greatly preferable.
You know this person.
Was that Mason Al-Harik Ben Sadir Al-Samir?
Yeah. The one we already know the name of.
I do not know them personally, although their interests have been against mine and my companions in the past. I remember a duel long, long ago, and I was witness to his defeat. I would gladly witness his defeat again, although preferably in a more permanent fashion. This creature is an Ifrit, one of the ruling Ifrit of the city of Brass, the last I checked. Although his star has risen and fallen many times in the thousands of years that we have conflicted with one another, I suspect that it would be possible to find a time when he is waxing to be able to put him properly in his place and remove the profanity that is afflicting that beautiful creature that is your companion.
How would we know that he is waxing?
You would need to get a beat on the powers that be in the city of Brass. These creatures are treacherous by nature, elementals that are attacking one another, always going for favors and bargains that they often do not keep. They flout the old ways and they break anything they do not think suits them best. You would need to find informations, and I will look for myself, as this is not close enough to the prime to stop my eye from seeing him and his ilk. I will reach out to the previous one who destroyed him in combat and see if he is looking for a rematch. Although, if I know the Lugos well, he will happily rise to any fight.
Hey, we know that guy too.
Bedveer?
He's the only Lugos.
Bedveer Lugos is an outcast of his people, but a friend to many who are not Giantkin.
And he is a friend to us.
He is.
Cool.
Cool.
Let's go. Let's fly.
Huzzah.
So you can tell as the Sphinx takes the person back into containment that the Sphinx has been mostly unemotional, kind of. Not like emotionless, but doesn't get emotional after basically having that long conversation and then apparently some sort of fight with Al Shaib. He's really mad, like fur bristling angry the whole way through, and trying not to like yell or be a bit over the top when you guys are around, but you can sort of see the way that Besmahiz moves after leaving the ship is more similar to sort of the predatory prowl of a lion than it is the sort of sedate way that they walked going onto the ship.
But I was under the impression that they were angry that because they used the word profane, that they were angry about the binding.
That seems to be the case.
Yeah.
Angry about the binding, angry that it was done, and angry that they couldn't undo it.
So they'll go in, they'll put him in containment. He does pass through the wards without triggering them, and she's able to lock away Rajul from the world. After that happens, the Besmahiz will wish you the best of luck on your travels, and then we'll turn to Filibuster and gives you something that is given to her by one of her golems as she gets back into her sanctum, and hands you a little chip of stone, a little chip of worn stone. That's like, I mean, to her it's tiny. For you, it easily fits in the palm of your hand.
Thank you.
Sorry, I thought I deleted something. I fixed it.
A relic, although I am not completely certain of its origin, I believe that circumstantial evidence would say that this came from a plane that is unable to be perceived by people that are yet living. There is difficulty in finding artifacts of this nature. However, the companion aboard the ship allowed me to see what I wasn't seeing before, and this might help you if you wish to listen.
So, sorry, they said of people yet to be born, aka the future.
Who are yet mortal.
Who are yet mortal?
He said yet to be born.
The goal of what she said should be that it's not connected to anything and won't be, and has not been for anyone who's been yet born. Like, nobody alive now supposedly has been to this place. It's disconnected.
Oh, so it's probably from whatchamahook.
The city?
I can't remember what it's called. Big god city where we found Baneslayer.
Celestia?
Thank
we
you.
are born, and we've been there.
Does Besmahiz know that?
I don't think so.
No. Tell her.
I think I know of the place you speak, and I think we have been there. And I think that those who are calling out to me may have inhabited that in the past. A past long forgotten.
Then it should be easy to listen and hear those which call to you now. I wish you luck, Filibuster.
And I wish you luck with mini puzzles in the future. I'm still waiting on hearing that riddle.
And you will be forever.
That is
Damn.
the riddle.
The riddle is, what is the riddle?
So,
What is the riddle? of Sphinx
anything else you
Hotel?
guys want to do before shifting away from the Sphinx?
No.
All right. Sphinx takes person in containment. You say your goodbyes. You get the pieces of the stuff that you got from her and shift back into the Prime. You see a heading. You know a location to go. You've got an idea of where the path before you leads. And you know that it's going to take a couple of days of flight to get there. One or filibuster. What I would like to do, if possible, is to do one of Minnie's thing at the beginning of next session. But filibuster, would he try to do the thing that she suggested, like try to fix whatever this problem is before you head out, or would he try to do something else?
Did I misunderstand? I thought that they said we should go to the Prime and then immediately do it. Is that not correct?
That's what she suggested. You've now shifted to the Prime to begin the
Got it.
run into Kazamatar.
Mhm.
Would you do what she asked, or would you try to do something else, or try to learn more about it, or like, I don't know. In my head, filibusters tends to be a little impulsive, so I would feel like he would do it immediately. But I don't want to make that decision.
She gave me a rock. I want to talk to the rock.
Before we get into that, Gary, the ship? How much power do we currently have? Is that all correct on the handout?
It's on the token, not on the handout. So what's on the token should be correct. I will update it for the trip into Kazamatar to make sure that it's correct. But yeah, I think you guys are basically at full everything.
Okay, because then with him out of containment, we're at a different power recovery too, right? So
the ship is significantly stronger without having to hold someone in secondary containment all the time. So, yeah. So, filibuster, you have the stone in your hand, and when you return to the Prime, the stone has a sort of like weightlessness to it. Like, it's still there, but it doesn't weigh nearly what it should. And you get this sense of echoing something from the stone.
Can I have can I have Baneslayer change form into I don't know how to describe, like a chakram, like a loop?
Okay.
And then I want to sit on the ground and put the rock down and then put the loop around the rock.
Okay. So you can hear Baneslayer kind of not talking to you, but communicating, sending you the dangerous vibes of needing to find something and destroy. And it's especially loud and especially violent after just having fought a bunch of aberrant creatures.
Mm-hmm. I would like to attempt to calm my mind and push Baneslayer out for a moment and listen for things that are the things I like, which is like the sound of I don't know, people and peace and people doing the things they enjoy.
So if you would, toss me a religion check. Now, I want to let you know that you're going to succeed at this. It's the question of how long it's going to take you to meditate like this to succeed.
Okay. I need a token. There's a token. Oh, it's hidden behind the black. There's another token. Trained.
So as the ship gets underway, you guys can see Filibuster, I imagine, sits on the deck of the ship and does this, sits somewhere that's on top, but not in the main path where everyone steps. At least what's happening in my head. Or are you doing it as below decks or something?
Oh, I was thinking it was just like we hopped on the ship, and I was like, "Here's a wall. I'll sit on the wall."
Okay. So
Not
it's
anywhere secret.
several hours of meditation before it works. So you sit there for several hours. You kind of slowly get into the vibe of being in the ship, of hearing the voices and hearing people kind of like move around the ship and do what they're doing. And then over time, this sort of blankness fills you, this void inside, and you can hear something like someone's calling over waves, and the sound of the surf is obscuring them. And you sort of slowly push more and more of the noise out of the way until you feel yourself drifting away from here and to elsewhere. Griffle will kind of stop and look at you and see, well, I'll explain to her what she sees when she gets back, but a disruption around you, a planar alteration, that you're there on this plane, but you're also somewhere else at the same time. There's an aura of darkness, not ominous, but dark, that surrounds Filibuster. And if anyone gets close to Filibuster, that aura seems to extend out to them. Would anyone go and see what that is while Filibuster is meditating on the deck?
I mean, I feel like I'd be kind of checking in here and there without trying to be intrusive.
So when you get close, you can sense that same sort of calm, that meditation. And the darkness around him doesn't seem like something ominous, so much as it's something peaceful, like a cool, clear winter's night. There's a bit of a chill to it, but there's a bit of reality to it. It feels very much like something that's familiar, something that you've known for forever, that is a feeling you'd recognize immediately, and especially on the ship floating in the middle of space, just after coming from a desert planet on another plane. There is something of it that feels like Sulbaan. It doesn't feel like another world. It feels like a place you've been before. And you can sense that there is something else. And anyone who would wish to would be able to sit in on this meditation, would be able to sense what Filibuster senses as he drifts away from the cacophonous voice of Baneslayer and listens in to something else. Filibuster, you see yourself above a place. It's darkness all around, and below you there are little puddles of light, but they don't look correct. They're all disconnected from one another. Dozens of little puddles of light shining around buildings, mostly cottages and farms, although you can see one that's glowing pretty brightly down by the docks, and the waves that are crashing up against lapping up against the base of the building are pleasant and calm. The different buildings look like they're connected to one another by not really place, but a sense of self. They all feel similar, although when you look from one little puddle of light to the other, it's like seeing a vast, blank, dark landscape with a few lamps that are hanging, street lights shining from a single source, creating a little pool of light, only showing what's directly around them. You can hear conversations drifting through the blackness, and all around you can see that these things are disconnected, desperate. But there is still comfort. Everything seems familiar, though the buildings don't look like a place that you've been, or at least they're not from Prosperity. What would Filibuster do, kind of seeing this from on high?
My first thought would be to say something, but I don't know what I would say.
And we can stop here too. We're at the end of the session, so this can be the end point. You're floating above this dark something with these little puddles of light, and that's where we can begin session next time.
When is our next session? I don't. You'll have to sit on this for so long.
Well, let's end the recording there, and then we'll discuss new sessions.